I reach the end of the trail. The air is still, and I am a hunter. The hunt has led me to the forgotten edges of this world. Seasons pass, drawing me deeper into the darkness, where I have found the truth. That my redemption
I make my own
is
luck.
found in ashes. That I must burn away the past to set things right. Once an assassin, now their pursuer. I must destroy those who I once called brother. The air is still, and I am a hunter.
Welcome back, guys, to another AC day. Today with Assassin's Creed Rogue. How's it going, Demise? Welcome, dude. Yeah, after having finished Black Flag and the DLC Freedom Cry, it's time to finish the Wiccan-based saga with this rather short game. It's a game that was developed by Ubisoft Sofia and was the first like completely mainly developed AC game, I guess. And yeah, definitely has or shares some similarities with both AC3 and Black Flag, meaning that you know, settings and characters will reappear, and yeah, kind of like tries to connect these games, but also Unity, of course. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. One of the biggest fan of the writing, but I haven't made a secret out of that. Yeah.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
I think settings-wise we're good here for now.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
Just need it.
This is the lamb.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Right here, chef. I
Lamb
have it.
sauce is coming up.
Yeah, dude, the lamb sauce is coming up. But yeah, so basically the way the stuff channel is gonna work is every time during a mission, we get fully detected. And it's not a scenario where, you know, we can be stealthy. Or can't be stealthy, yes. We're gonna increase the counter and restart last checkpoint. We have 150k points. That's insane, dude. I think that's a good name.
Stay my blade from the flesh of the innocent. Hide in plain sight. Never compromise the Assassin Brotherhood. These are the tenets of the Creed, the principles I used to live by. I was a young man then. The 7 Years' War was about to begin. I could not have imagined what the future had in store for me, nor the cost I would choose to bear. My name is Shay Patrick Cormac. This is my story.
Alright, there we go.
I make my own luck.
And our first objective is kill the assassin. I'll save a Spectre. First time seen Rogue. We will talk bad about it. Now you're gonna be able to make your own opinion. I make my own opinion.
Well, we won't lack for firewood at least.
Yeah, this game is definitely interesting in terms of writing.
Admit it, I nearly had you.
Nearly counts for nothing, Shay. And besides, no. That was just luck.
I make my own luck, Liam.
You've been saying that for years, but you're precious little to show for it. Or have you been spending it all getting out of trouble?
Well, you know, trouble just follows me around.
Let's head back. Come on. Captain de Andre and his crew must have run into some trouble. Who knew meeting with smugglers would lead to no good?
I still don't understand why you can't tell me what we're doing here.
Because Chevalier decided not to tell you.
I thought we were friends, Liam.
We are, but this is business. It doesn't concern you, Shay. Am I going too fast for you?
I'm just keeping an eye on you, in case you fall down and hurt yourself.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually quite a lot of people that really like Rogue, actually. It's definitely a polarizing game, meaning that, I guess, every second, you know, player you would ask probably likes Rogue, I guess. But yeah, for me, you know, I definitely differentiate between, like, elements of the game. And for me, for example, the world building, the gameplay, the environments and the soundtrack are really good. The story for me is one of the worst for the entire series. And that's why it's my least favorite AC game together with Odyssey. But you know, there's still like parts about this game where I say, okay, I enjoy this. But it's definitely a lot more about the gameplay.
This is more like it.
For me at least.
Now that's booty.
Hurry. We best not keep Chevalier waiting.
Où sont ces crétins? Space them. Where the hell were you two?
We're out hunting. What happened here?
My men were attacked by some English sea dogs.
Why, Captain Joseph. Couldn't you fight them all off by yourself like you're always saying?
It is Capitaine Louis-Joseph Gauthier, Chevalier de la Vérendrye. And you are dreaming if you think any training could make you into a proper assassin. Do you even know what that means? It means being responsible for an ancient and proud tradition. It means obeying your mentor without question. How else will we ensure freedom for the human race?
Them's pretty words, Chevalier. But I don't feel too free at the moment.
Well then, feel educated! Ugh! You simpleton! You rot-brained cabbage farmer! You irresponsible wretch! How dare you show me such disrespect?
Gentlemen, stop! We got a common enemy, and I reckon he's close.
The Royal Navy attack my vessel and force my men to flee. We are stranded, and what is worse, the smugglers we were supposed to meet have been taken prisoner.
Shay and I'll free those smugglers. You, treat your wounded. Take these. You'll need them. Care, Shay.
Yeah, that dude is like one of the
Remember your training.
major assassin mentor personalities in the game, which gives you a bit of insight, you know, as to how the assassins have been written. You know, basically what he just said has nothing to do with the Assassin Brotherhood, right? Like obeying the will of your master and not questioning it whatsoever. Like, no, that's not what the Assassin's about. It's exactly the opposite. You know, Altair wrote it down in the Codex. And yeah, what Rogue basically does is, you know, they do like a switcheroo on the Assassin Templar philosophies, and all of a sudden the Templars fight for the betterment of the people and their freedom of trade and stuff like that. And the Assassins try to control the people with like poison and stuff. It's like, you know, kind of like something that has nothing to do really with what the organizations stand for, I guess. And Assassin Mentor is definitely, you know, an example for how the Assassins have been written.
There he goes again.
hunting, lads! Let her ablaze! Sink that French vessel! No match for you! Ha ha! Yeah!
Ah, nice suit, Spectre. I would definitely say it's worth a playthrough. At least.
Down, madman!
Damage. Yeah, I have no idea how we got detective there, to be honest. But it's a detection, so it's gonna be added.
Tread with care, Shay. The Royal Navy be ready for us. Remember your training. Ready to teach him a lesson?
They don't stand a chance.
Where are your mates now, you bilge rat? Keep an eye out, lads! Their pals are still out there somewhere!
There he goes again.
Many thanks. I thought I'd be hanged.
Happy hunting, lads! Set her ablaze! Sink that French vessel! No match for you! Ha ha! Yeah!
Spectre AC2 Deluxe Edition, Bravo Deluxe Edition, Revelation, Student Cry, Unity, Rogue, Syndicate, Origins are on your library. When you had time to try out Unity, Syndicate, and Origins. Oh, dude. Ezio Trilogy is so good. Definitely go for it. Yeah, hope. You know what? Favorite game of all time.
I was saving those fellas for you.
Very thoughtful.
Maybe you were not completely useless, Shay.
Speaking of useless, those blockheads won't be needing this vessel anymore.
This pile of meld? You want her, Shay? She is yours. Now bring me back to my ship. You heard, Chevalier? This vessel is yours, Shay. Go on.
Take the wheel. Some of the men you rescued agreed to join us. They should prove a good crew.
I'm not so certain about their captain, but next to me, you are the most experienced sailor in the Brotherhood, Shay. Besides, we could use another vessel, even this pitiful one.
She's mine, ain't she? My own ship.
Your own pile of garbage, yes?
Ah, with a lick of paint and a few new cannons. She'll look as...
Okay, let me go ahead and actually turn off Vita turrets. We don't need that.
on the seven seas.
Shall we begin, Captain?
Indeed, mate.
Connor.
She's a mess, but she's still afloat. And her name's the Morgan.
Morgan? That silly fairy queen who ruined Merlin, the wise? Oh, she's perfect for you, Shay.
The Morrigan was an old goddess, the queen of war and darkness. She harvested the souls of fallen warriors.
Perfect indeed.
A ship! She's a false ship! They will sink her!
Let's put the Morrigan to the test, Captain Shay.
Ready for battle, men!
Stop them, boys!
So yeah, Naval, very similar to Black Flag, of course. As is the entire gameplay loop, really. Pretty much like Black Flag 2.5 or something.
Tearing her to pieces! Do something!
Trim the yards off the wind!
Seems this vessel is battle ready after all. I will return to what is left of Le Guerfort. It's a long way home. We have repairs to do.
Sing hearty, lads! Chevalier is pleased with us.
What course would you have me set, Shay?
Time to report back to the mentor. Wouldn't you agree?
Wise words, Captain. Wise words.
What the hell did you do? It's some kind of dormant virus? Shit! Hang on, I'm getting you out of there.
I'm doing by South Spectre. Yeah.
Sorry for the rough exit. Earpiece working, check. You were just an Animus. Animus, yes? You were using it to access a genetic memory file in Helix labeled Shay Cormac? You work for Abstergo Entertainment, remember? Any of this ringing a bell? Your session triggered something bad, and it's affecting the whole building. We need to find your boss. You haven't forgotten your boss, have you? Melanie LeMay, Zipper, Chipper, Overachiever? Here, take your communicator, check it if you got lost. Now let's get out of here.
Introducing
Follow me.
one of my least favorite characters in AC ever.
It's absolutely your fault, in case you're wondering. Come on, everyone.
Like, every single line she just spoken was pure cringe. Like, pure cringe. I don't know how they... I mean, I reckon the intention behind it was to kind of like create a character that works for Abstergo that's just kind of unlikable, I guess. But I think you can do that better than, you know, writing a character in a way that not only makes the character look bad, but also the writers, you know, because like the way she kind of like behaved herself is just, I don't know, super unnatural as well, in my opinion. I know. But yeah, I can't take a lot of that woman. Like last year I did the completionist run, right? Which meant I did read all the database entries. Basically what she did is she made notes to all of the database entries, basically giving her opinion on stuff. And that stuff just really annoyed me so much, because she was like basically saying stuff like, why are you reading the database, rather to play the game, you know? Or like how stupid stuff has been, you know, that was actually good. I don't know. I just say that with passion, I guess. What I'm trying to say.
In our safety drills. Everything is gonna be okay, guys. Stay positive.
Even worse than Melanie, that's saying something.
What the hell is happening?
A file labeled Shay Cormac was booby-trapped with some kind of virus.
Your job is to prevent things like this.
We need to contain these genetic memories, then we can destroy them.
No. Isolate them. I want to study these memories.
But...
With respect, Miss LeMay, this is not a request.
You heard the man.
Fine.
I need to borrow your numbskull. That okay with you, Ms. LeMay?
Hey there, this might seem a bit weird, but you're gonna work for contractors we hired to, you know, upgrade our security. Mr. Otto Berg and Miss Violet DaCosta.
Call me Violet.
I have to go check on our people and prepare a statement for the press. Do whatever they tell you to do, okay? Go team!
Technically, you're not responsible for this, but you're the one who let the virus out, so I think it's only fair you help me clean it up. Mr. Berg wants us to relive Shay's genetic memories. To do that, we need to access them from Helix. But the Helix is down. We'll have to reboot the main servers in the basement. Man, whoever designed this virus is a genius. Not only does it restrict our access to the cloud, it's adapted to fuck up the other operating systems that regulate building functions. Melanie? The elevators are out of commission. Are we stuck on this floor?
Damn, yes. I'll get a repair crew on site ASAP.
There's a working area server on this floor. I guess it'll have to do for now.
Agent DaCosta, I want regular updates on your progress with Shay's genetic memories.
Why? He's just a nobody as far as I can tell.
If Shay Cormac is who I suspect he is, then this temporary setback may provide us with an unexpected reward. Proceed to the server room on this floor.
Okay, so my plan was actually to not do a lot of side content in this playthrough. Just kind of focus on main story. However, there's some interesting stuff to find in modern day that I actually quite enjoy. Like, you know, not the characters, but definitely kind of information you get from like hacking computers or, you know, reading documents. So this stuff is definitely interesting, and we're gonna have a look at this. So this is to Robert Fraser, CC is Aidan Sinclair and Victoria Bebo, from Melanie LeMay. Subject, Arno Dorian. Hi Robert, you come highly recommended and I'm thrilled to have you in the studio. I'm putting you to work on a special project to me. The subject is Arno Dorian. The story takes place during the French Revolution. I want you to explore every avenue of his life that you can. The goal is to have a new blockbuster to present the Abstergo Brass next year. As such, this is super classified. Direct supervisor will be Aidan Sinclair. You can only discuss the project with Aidan or myself. As you'll probably be logging some overtime in Animus, I've added a mandatory weekly meeting with our psychiatrist, Dr. Bebo, to make sure you're not suffering from any bleeding effect. Welcome to Abstergo Entertainment. Don't let me down. Melanie. So as somebody who got into the memories of Arno, before it eventually got to be a Helix product, I guess. Which is what you basically play in Unity. It's kind of like the version after the Animus research phase, I guess. that you have in Black Flag and Rogue.
I have dogs at home that are better trained than you are. Do you see a flashing wireless signal? Great. That means you can still access systems. Go ahead and patch me into their feed. Once you restore the server, I'll connect your Animus workstation back to Helix. In theory, if you align the beams to segments of the core, it should solve the problem. But here's where it gets tricky. You have to move the circles in such a way that each segment is powered by a beam. The keyword here is each. One beam and one beam only per core segment, okay? Once everything is lit up properly, the system will reboot. Got it? Give it a shot. Good job. This core wasn't too complex. But rebooting the advanced hardware in the rest of the building will require more work.
The assassins would have you believe that Al-Mualim was a great mentor who became corrupted with greed, and that he schemed with the Templars to acquire an apple of Eden. I see instead a shrewd and cunning leader, a man who used his best assassin, Altair ibn Lahad, to eliminate his conspirators in order to keep the apple for himself, so that he could use it to enforce world peace. While it must be stated unequivocally that Al-Mualim was not a Templar, it is interesting to me that his vision of peace was more in line with Templar philosophy than assassin. In the past, both sides had the same goal, that of peace. Our only difference was how we chose to achieve it. Had Al-Mualim not been killed by Altair and allowed to carry out his plan, perhaps we would not be fighting now. It was only after Altair reformed the Brotherhood with its new ideals of free will that the conflict truly escalated and spread across the planet. For if the so-called wise man of the mountain can see things from our point of view, surely the same can be said for other assassins.
It's so funny, you know, how Otterberg kind of tries to convince you that the Templars are the good guys. But he's just constantly contradicting himself here, you know. Like, basically, he says that Al-Mualim didn't, you know, betray the Templars and corrupt the Assassin Brotherhood. But in AC1 we see that that is exactly what happened, you know. It also appears like Otterberg might have been, you know, brainwashed by Abstergo in some ways as well, from what we know about his recruiting process, you know. So maybe that's kind of what inspires Otterberg to be like, you know, this passionate about, you know, spreading these lies, because that's what they are, you know. Because, yeah, like, Al-Mualim did get corrupted. He did betray the Templars to get the Apple of Eden. And the funny thing is then that Otterberg says that Al-Mualim was more in line with the Templars, which is kind of true, because that's what the Templars do, you know. They don't even care for other Templars that much. You know, it's all about power. Kind of like being on a power trip, I guess. And that's what Al-Mualim did.
Okay. So I'm not sure you're supposed to see that. You should just get back to your Animus. With the servers back online, you could, in theory, restore your co-workers' workstations if you know, feel like being helpful. And you could, in theory, find some more digital goodies if you know, feel like being sneaky.
Yeah, let's do that.
One of your co-workers dropped his communicator by the elevator. If you see any tech lying around like that, grab them. There might be a clue as to who did this.
Now that you have unlocked Shay Cormac's memories, we stand on the brink of a grand discovery. I know you must have questions about your new assignment, or about me. For now, all I will say is that Shay's story contains the answers. Shay will lead you to a greater understanding.
Following the Great Purge of 2000, William Miles became the de facto leader of the Assassins. A cunning and ruthless strategist, he trained several agents who infiltrated Abstergo, including Clay Kazmarek and Lucy Stillman. In late 2012, I captured William Miles in Cairo and delivered him to Warren Vidic in Rome. Miles' son, Desmond, attacked Abstergo, killed Vidic and Master Templar Daniel Cross. He fled to a First Civilization temple in New York. On December 21st, Desmond Miles was killed inside the precursor structure. The grieving William Miles went underground and left the Brotherhood in the hands of Gavin Banks. Banks led a small team across the globe, attempting to rebuild assassin cells. We have confirmed sightings in Kyoto, Moscow, and Paris. Miles resurfaced in late 2013, and we have confirmed his involvement in the infiltration of Abstergo Entertainment Montreal by the assassins Sean Hastings and Rebecca Crane. Both Miles and Banks remain at large. Agent DaCosta has tasked the Akashic satellite Plexus to sweep the planet for traces of assassin activities. We have yet to locate them.
So kind of giving us, a refreshing of our memory, I guess, about what happened recently. With like Sean, Rebecca, and Black Flag, invading Abstergo and kind of going underground there to get information from the protagonist. But yeah, definitely kind of like going, from one to the next. Also, Gavin Banks, as he said, has become the new assassin mentor. Now that, William Miles is kind of like retired. But what more happened is that William Miles actually took a break because he had to kind of like, grieve about his son's death. So that's kind of the reason why he currently isn't leading the Assassin Brotherhood, but, it's more like a leave of absence. And eventually he's gonna come back as well. To Jean-Francois Brunet from Melanie LeMay. Subject, Ariano Torres. So that's the Templar Grandmaster in Black Flag. I don't know how to say this politely, so please don't think this is anything personal or a reflection of you or your work. You're a star. But I think doing an entire virtual feature about Ariano Torres is the single most boring pitch that has ever come across my desk. Sorry. Melanie. It's also funny, Melanie's working for Abstergo Entertainment, but she thinks the Templar Grandmaster is boring.
Nice find. If it was me, I'd snoop to see if there's any juicy stuff on it, but I might be a terrible person.
To Christina Ulrich from Melanie regarding Evelyn de Grandpré, the protagonist of AC Liberation. I would like to explore the possibility of a follow-up to Liberation. We found some footage of Evelyn's activities in New England, and it seems clear that she was very still active later in life. Ideally, I would like to do a sequel to Liberation or some kind of follow-up, but I understand that's going to take some resources that we don't have right now. A quick fix option is to reuse existing assets and take a more family-friendly angle on her story. Quote unquote, from a scrappy servant to a woman of dignity and pose, experience the heartwarming 18th century tale of a young Creole woman as she struggles to find her long-lost mother and heal the wounds of separation forever. Additionally, the liberation of Lady Eveline might be open for some revenue from women, which is a demographic I think we have been ignoring for too long. Melanie. also, hey there, Grace. Welcome, and good day to you. I hope you're doing well today.
Okay, the numbskull is in another Animus session, and I've required caffeine. All is right with the world.
Good.
This isn't really your kind of mission, is it, boss?
Every mission is important in its own way.
Still, I bet you'd rather be out with the rest of the team, hunting Sean Hastings or something.
Wouldn't you?
Hell yeah. I want a front row seat for that show.
Any word from Sorkin?
He's scheduled to update me in 43 minutes.
Good.
Can I ask you something?
Of course.
What's it like, using an Animus?
I went through the Animi training program. It felt like the drills we used to do in the UT Jaeger.
You never use a normal Animus like this one? To relive your own genetic history?
Only once.
Really? Who were you?
I was a young man. On the Viking raid on Lindsey Farn.
793, northeastern coast of England. Sorry, history nerd. So, how was it?
It was summer. Good sailing weather. The monastery was a center for religious studies, and we crashed into the city like a tidal wave.
And?
We pillaged and burned. They thought we were demons. The details of the memory were so vivid. I lost myself in the bloodlust. I defeated a Saxon, a great warrior, but did not want to kill him. I invited him to join our clan.
Ah, Norse adoption rituals. The chance to sail the world with the Vikings.
Yes. A chance to see the world as it really is.
What happened then?
He wept. Then he cried out that God had abandoned his people and that nothing remained but chaos. I felt such pity for him. I killed him without a second thought.
After we're done here, are we gonna have to kill the numbskull?
We will see.
So that's kind of an interesting story, actually, you know, kind of like picking up on the whole Viking setting. Obviously, it's like, I don't know, 80 years before Valhalla or something. But, yeah, kind of like, you know, this adoption ritual, raiding aspect, and the whole Viking culture that, you know, Ottoberg kind of talks about here, is of course very present now in AC. Grace, you good? Little sleepy still, but you got to sleep late, which was very nice. Oh, very, very nice, Grace. Yeah, same here. I don't have a PS5 Spectre. I do have a PS4 though, but I reckon it's probably only available on PS5 then, I think. Yeah, they absolutely do, Grace. They plan far in advance. Like the setting of Unity with the French Revolution, they knew about wanting to do that since AC2. And since AC2 they started to even work on like concept art already for a French Revolution setting. It took them a lot longer to actually go ahead and start development. But yeah, like kind of, you know, potential settings, I think they constantly kind of like talk about. It's also interesting, I watched the behind the scenes kind of like developer talk video of Valhalla. And there one of the directors said that they basically pitched multiple settings to Ubisoft, like to the, you know, head of like Ubisoft, I guess. And That means, you know, they didn't even have only the idea for the Viking setting, but also for other settings. Which is quite interesting because, you know, you would think it wouldn't be, you know, that much dependent on the setting only, like the decision, but more on the story. But that's not the case anymore with AC, apparently. Like, the setting is the most important part nowadays of AC games. Whereas the beginning of AC, I would argue it was more about the overall story that determined where and when the historical part is taking place. It's a PS5 exclusive. Okay. Yeah. Maybe another time. Maybe one day I get the PS5. Currently, I know, like, if I would choose between an Xbox One X or a PS5, I probably would go for the Xbox One X, to be honest. Because Microsoft is like having this high FPS feature that makes a game run in 60 plus FPS that were locked to 30, which is something that Sony isn't doing for their games. So I feel like that would be my biggest reasoning behind getting Xbox, to be honest. I think just better performance on both games. Like yesterday, Microsoft actually made the Ezio Trilogy on the Xbox One X be available in 60 FPS. Whereas on PS4 and 5 it's still locked to 30. They throw bits and pieces of those into games, hoping they eventually get to develop for games about them. Yeah, in Black Flag there's also modern day documents where they kind of like talk about all kinds of potential settings. They talk about Jack the Ripper. They talk about the French Revolution. They talk about Egypt, though not to the time where Origins was set, and lots of other settings, like the Summer of Love in the 20th century. And yeah, lots more. So they're definitely trying to, you know, get a good range of potential settings to dive into. And that's kind of a beautiful thing about AC as a franchise, you know, having the opportunity to visit like so many settings, and you know, it still makes sense for a series, I guess. Like, they can do endless games if they want to, and have the means. I mean, obviously it's gonna end sometime, but definitely have loads of settings to choose from.
Haytham Kenway remains a controversial figure for me. I have great respect for him. After all, he was the Grand Master of the Colonial Rite, charged with finding a precursor site. Haytham was cunning and ruthless, but he had a streak of emotional weakness that ultimately triggered his downfall. He lost his father when he was a child, and the British Grand Master Reginald Birch raised him to become a Templar Knight. Haytham eventually learned that his father, Edward, had been an assassin. That he chose to stay a Templar, rather than follow in his father's footsteps, indicates to me that he believed he was already on the right path. When Haytham discovered that Birch was the one who murdered his father, he and his sister killed him in revenge. I believe this was the beginning of his downfall. Templars kill for efficiency, not petty emotions. When he discovered that his son Connor was an assassin working against him in the colonies, the same emotional weakness stayed his blade. A pity Connor did not show him the same mercy.
Yeah. Another inspirational lie presented by Otso Berg. So yeah. And Rod, mate. Welcome, dude. And welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for doing that, dude. And welcome, everybody. May the Father of Understanding guide us. Guide the Templars into the hidden blade of an assassin. Drake. Welcome. And how's it going? I hope you had a great rest of the stream with Watch Dogs. Yeah, we just watched one of these inspirational lies by Otto Berg about Haven Kenway. You know, how going for Reginald Birch was a mistake and the beginning of his downfall. And you know how he should have killed Connor when he had the chance. Gotta love Otto Berg. At Malaka. You did, Rod. Very nice, dude. Yeah, Watch Dogs is such a good game. Like, I really look forward to playing through the series again. Yeah, exactly, Rod. The character that is brainwashed talks about the character that's brainwashed.
Germany?
Yes, I am in Essen, searching for an artifact called the Ankh of Isis. Can you tell me anything about it?
Give me a minute to fire up my machines here. Okay. Not much. There's an obscure file from the data dump scanner that mentions it. It was allegedly 14th century Germany, where an assassin named Lucas Zergberg fought a Templar offshoot called the Brothers of the Cross. How original.
That's the file that led me to this bland shit pile. Is there anything else? Anything outside of Abstergo official records?
Nobody's ever seen the thing. There's all kinds of stories about its history. From Roman Gallia, Egypt during the Middle Ages, and even a cell of modern-day assassins. Oh. And it apparently raises the dead.
Is there any evidence to support this?
None at all. You know what I think? I think this is bullshit the assassins are spreading around so that people like us waste our valuable time sniffing after it. Smells like a trap.
Agreed. Keep an eye out for new information about the Ankh. While it may not lead to an artifact, we may be able to follow the data back to some assassins.
You got it, boss. Where are you off to next?
Cuba. I'm going to excavate the observatory.
It did indeed apparently raise the dead. Hey Velavi, and welcome. Okay, we can't go inside there yet, so let's go back to the Animus, I guess. I have to do something real quick. I'm gonna go to full screen. I think that's better for my performance, actually.
It has been a long time.
Achilles.
Adewale, how go things in the West Indies?
Very poorly, I'm afraid.
Your countenance tells me we should discuss this. Come.
Who's our visitor?
That's Adewale. Who's a slave who freed himself. And hundreds of his brothers in the West Indies. That man's a living incarnation of the Creed.
I see.
You join me for some practice?
Soon. I've got other business first.
Oh yeah, Rod, I should make that a reward.
It was terrible, Achilles. The ground shook, and the ocean waves crashed over Port-au-Prince.
How many were lost?
Thousands. No family was left untouched.
I hate to bring up practical matters at a time like this. But did Macandal's man complete his task before the earthquake hit?
I cannot know. Vonredi has not been found. He was a strong Maroon, one of Macandal's best students.
Such a shame. So we cannot know if he found the site.
Indeed. But if there was a temple under the waves, I doubt it is still standing.
And the artifacts that showed the way?
Stolen. The Templars broke in during the chaos. They seized the manuscript and precursor box. I gave chase on the sea, but lost their trail when they reached New York.
We must consider what to do next.
So yeah, this is a really important dialogue because this gives the defining insight into what the assassins know about the earthquake, right? So basically, one of the assassins got sent to Port-au-Prince to recover a piece of Eden in a temple. The assassins does that. However, when like during the assassin's visit in Port-au-Prince, an earthquake happens, you know, which is something that can happen there. So he didn't make it out of the temple alive. However, Adewale nor Achilles know that the Templar caused the earthquake. That's important, you know. Like, it's not like they know that the temple caused it. But now they're just, you know, sending out assassins to other temples to do the same there, you know. And yeah, that's very important to kind of like note in the whole story writing conflict process, I guess. Because it's gonna be very, very important. Ava Blue Tick. Maybe controversial, but you like Rogue better than Black Flag. Yeah, I mean that's fair if you enjoy it better. You know, we all have our preferences. Templar senses tingling. Yeah.
I heard that Liam's waiting for you. Seen him yet?
And what's also important is that the assassin who caused, you know, the earthquake didn't survive, so he couldn't go back and actually tell the assassins what really happened as well. Adewale just comes back and, you know, talks about the earthquake. And that's been severe. Yeah, my day has been good so far, Levi. Thank you. How was yours? How was your appointment earlier with the doctor?
You are late.
Oh, what did I miss?
Only
Where is
the
Charles
first hour
Lee?
of training.
We're always training, Kisagawase.
And will continue to do so.
Do not waste your words. Shay abhors improvement as much as cats abhor leashes.
Hey.
A pity. The boy has so much potential. But so little discipline.
All right. All right. What would you have me do?
Well played.
Drake, that's no worries whatsoever. I'm sorry to hear about your loss, Fall. If it happened, it was weird, so like, yeah, day has been a day. I see. Well, I hope you feel better soon, hopefully.
So, what's the challenge today?
Shooting straight and true. Here, you can use these.
These are yours.
Well, I want you to have half a chance of succeeding. Go on. Shoot these targets. You can take your time, but not too much. We've more work after this. Reload. Anyone can hit targets standing still. Let's see how you do on the run. Come on, hurry up. You're almost there. Well done, Shay. Keep it up.
Yeah, we have a lot of
Don't let the others vex you. They mean well, but they'll never show it.
they mean well, but they never show it. Yeah, that's exactly what the assassins are like. You know, they never show kindness or appreciation. But yeah, Levi, it's gonna be lots of action today. Because you're mainly gonna be doing the main story. But yeah. We make our own action, you know. Obviously.
It's about time you showed up.
Far be it from me to keep a lady waiting.
I'm no lady here. And don't you forget it. I'm your teacher. And you're better.
Well, some of that is true at least. What would we be doing?
Exploring a myriad ways to end a life. You two! Make yourselves useful and watch Shay.
Remain undetected during Hope's lesson.
Can you kill without being noticed?
And just you watch.
Attack from around a corner and your target will never know what hit him. You certainly know how to handle yourself. Take the high ground, Shay. Dispatching from the air is most effective. Top form, Shay. Take the high ground, Shay. Dispatching from the air is most effective. Nicely done. I am surprised. You did better than I expected. Have your skills actually grown, Shay? Do not get a swelled head over it.
It works. Did a stealth lesson.
Shay, follow me. It's time you learn to survive in the frontier.
I think I've been managing well enough so far.
Perhaps. But there is more I can teach you. It is time for the hunt. Use all your senses together to find prey. what nature gives us. Good. Now to use what you have taken from nature.
I think it's true, Templars have hidden blades, everything is permitted. Templars have hidden blades, shanking assassins. Yeah, a literal treat. So similar to Black Flag, there's a crafting system. By hunting animals and taking their hide, we can, you know, craft better upgrades for health, pouches, gold stars, and even outfits as well.
With these, you can keep your pistols close. Achilles has one more thing to show you.
Craft snoozes for Shay. Yeah, we should give that option. Yeah, currently we are at 1 detection so far. I got detected once during the Morrigan takeover. Okay. Can't have 2 detections. Yeah, that would be horrible. Unacceptable.
Shay, I hear you've become quite the marksman.
Generous gift. Thank you, Mentor.
My ship awaits, Achilles. The people of Haiti will make good use of your supplies. I trust you will retrieve what has been lost.
Lost? The Templars stole 2 precious artifacts. A manuscript of ancient wisdom and a box that allows one to understand its language.
I have tracked the Templar as far as this coast, but I fear the rest is up to you, my friend.
Farewell, Adewale. Whoever controls the artifacts can access precursor sites of power. We must recover them, or none are safe.
And in the background you can see the sail of the Experto Crede, ship of Adewale. Inconceivable. You keep using that word. An Adewale game instead of Rogue would have been better. Yeah. You know, like, basically nothing that Adewale and Achilles did here was, you know, against the Creed either, or kind of like bad. Like, they, you know, tried to help the people of Haiti after the earthquake, and they have no idea that the temple caused it. I don't know, I definitely love the game from his perspective instead here. Kind of, you know, fighting the good fight.
Where to?
Wherever Templar affairs lead us.
Liam, it's not like you to set out without a plan.
Plan or no plan. We choose our own battlefield. And hey, We're not most at ease when we're at sea.
Right you are. Let's set sail.
I choose my own battlefield.
Spread our wings to the wind.
Loose topsails, gallants and royals.
We only have one lead, Shay. Let's hope it brings us closer to the artifacts.
Sir Keeley's tasked you with this mission.
No. He tasked me to task you. You need to find what was stolen from Mackendal, Shay. You have to recover the precursor box of manuscript. This is your mission.
And what's yours?
Watch your arse.
Achilles doesn't really trust me, does he?
Give it time, Shay. Do this for him. For us. You'll do much more than earn his trust.
Liam, do you know what Achilles writes about? I see him in his office all the time, bent over his papers.
He keeps records and accounts. Studies what little is known about the pieces of Eden. And of course, he corresponds with assassins from other continents.
Of course. Liam, you can be a right horse's arse when it comes to assuming everyone knows the same as you.
I cannot help if Achilles wants me to be familiar with our counterparts in Europe and elsewhere.
Said like his favorite son.
Connor's his favorite and only son.
Then Achilles is heir. Connor may inherit the house, but you'll be mentor.
Do you notice how Shay's like trying to create conflict between Liam and Achilles? You know, he's kind of like mocking that Achilles and Liam know about, you know, their counterparts in the world. Basically have knowledge about the assassins. It's like, I don't know, how can you assume, you know, but I know. And then he's like, you know, trying to like basically say that, you know, Liam is gonna prove himself in Achilles' eyes, and it's like a real son to Achilles instead of his actual son Connor. It's like, what? Like, I don't think Shay is really like a character, to be honest.
Whatever you say, Prince Regent of the Assassins.
You call me that again. I'll throw you in the ocean.
Yeah, he's like super toxic, Levi. He doesn't think before he talks either. But yeah, he's still making his own luck though. Not as toxic as you though. I'm not so sure about that. Being as toxic as Shay, it takes a lot.
I believe that's Port Lejoie.
Oh, I think you're up to the challenge, Levi. But that doesn't mean that you actually were toxic.
Some sort of cargo there, sir.
Ease off the wind!
Joust the mizzen-tops!
And where it went, I swear I can't remember. So down.
Yeah, I agree.
Get off the wind!
Shay needs lot more red on his coat. Tinker Sailor, Soldier Spy.
Trust me, you will sell those lobster by the ton in France. Ah, the cabbage farmer has returned. About time. I have a lead on that curious manuscript.
I'd be surprised if you can read it.
No one can read it, imbecile. This is why the Templar are taking so long with it. But one of our allies has caught a glimpse of their work.
A pirate?
A spy who worked with the pirate. We set sail for Anticosti. That should prove a good test for this floating cesspit you call a ship.
Ah, right, that's Marcel, the voice actor.
How trustworthy are the pirates?
I consider them brothers, Sheriff. When the time comes, they will lend aid and help us fight the Templars. If only the roast beef would realize the Templars were pulling their strings.
Are the Templars truly in control in the colonies?
Not quite, but their influence reaches far and wide.
And what about the spy we're meeting?
You need not worry about Le Chasseur. He is loyal to the Brotherhood. As it happens, he also has friends in both the French and English fleets. And he knows more about what goes on in these parts than you can ever hope to learn.
So Liam, what can you tell me about Adewale? You obviously admire the man.
I had the honor of working with him once. I've never known anyone who'd done so much for our cause. It's much more than that.
Adewale was already a legend before joining the Brotherhood. He was a pirate, the scourge of the West Indies, rubbing elbows with the likes of Blackbeard, Woodes Rogers, and Calico Jack Rackham.
Calico who?
Shay has no clue, like... He doesn't care either, right?
Should be nearby, Captain.
Calico who?
There, Cap. An English vessel. And she looks to be in trouble.
That's fine indeed. Perhaps we should aid her journey to the bottom of the sea.
Let's not be too hasty. She's full of crown cargo. Take a look through your spyglass and see for yourself.
Pretty sight. I say this is a good day to ride her.
Be careful. A few shots should be enough to cripple her. Too much damage and she'll go down with all souls. And all spoils.
We can board and loot her before the crew knows what hit them.
Captain, hold your fire. Don't want to sink her.
Show them what's
going. Let's board her.
Come on, man.
Yeah, no kidding, Rod.
For the Morrigan.
You bet the truth. Oi. Alternate Universe Rod enters the shed. Does the Alternate Universe Rod like Rogue by any chance?
Get the main speed!
And the sea between here and Anticosti is rough, Captain. We should strengthen the Morgan before going any further. There's a harbour master station nearby. We can spend our new wealth on improvements.
I didn't realize there was a brotherhood in Haiti.
Yes. Francois McCandle is their mentor. He gathers many of his assassins from the Maroons.
Those are escaped slaves and their children, right?
They are. It's a shame, though. They escaped terrible conditions only to be killed in that earthquake.
But Haiti's a French colony now.
Aye, it is.
And here, the assassins are helping King Louis. But in Haiti, the French own the slaves who are set free by the assassins.
Our struggle is beyond political borders, Shay.
Anticosti shouldn't be far. Keep us on course, Captain. Marseille, Shay. Small fishing village.
This is the place. Nothing but fishermen and their gear.
Aye, Persay and fishing go hand in hand. But it will serve our purposes well enough. The French fish these waters first, but King George is laying claim to more every year. The locals are caught in the middle. You'd better borrow some coin. Bartering with an empty purse.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
I just need it.
This is the lamb
Where's the lamb
sauce?
sauce?
Right here, chef.
Lamb sauce is coming up.
What service can I provide?
Where's the Jay? Tell me now. Okay, let's go ahead and buy the Helm upgrade. This hull gives the Morrigan slightly improved resistance to damage. And then the broadside cannons. 9 broadside cannons on each side of the ship.
Rum bit of business, that.
We should resume course to Anticosti, Captain.
Indeed. The chasseur is waiting for us.
The sea between here and Anticosti is rough, Captain. The Morrigan seems sturdy enough for the challenge.
Ships ahoy!
More fishermen from Persay. Careful, Shay.
Enemy ships!
Question. I think it's like the 1750s Beavers.
I make my own luck.
Yeah, I mean, it's roughly that time, I guess. It's like the 7 Years' War. I'm not sure which years that is in detail right now, but it must have been around the 1750s, I think. Kinda interesting they don't give you a database entry for the time period yet.
You must believe those fishermen strayed into their waters.
Scouts must pay! And would you look at that? Standing right in our way to Anticosti. What say ye? We sink every last one of them? For once, I find myself agreeing with you, Shay. Stranger things have happened.
Warship incoming, Captain! Think she's a gunboat! They're bringing
fire!
We'll break up!
Fly out! Trim the yards off the wind!
That's the last of them. And let us go on. Not too far from Anticosti Island now.
Will your friend the spy be waiting for us?
Yes. I hope the chasseur has more information about the manuscript.
Maybe he'll have the whole thing figured out for us.
And maybe I'm Emperor of Rome.
Ave Caesar!
Sir!
Yeah, it's between
Open skies.
AC3 and Black Flag.
Free as a man can be.
Kind of overlaps with the beginning of AC3 War.
Mind your duty.
But what's the point of freedom if you cannot breathe deep and enjoy it?
The Templars stick to this continent like tar. Don't feel liberated until we pry them off.
Seems to me we should just talk to them like men instead of skulking around.
And would you smile and wish them a good day as they lay their boot on your neck?
Of course not.
They're murdering bastards who want to control the world and everyone in it. Never forget.
We have nothing in common with that, of course.
Jesus, I hate Shay.
There it is. Anticosti. The chasseur should be there. And with any luck, he will know where to find that manuscript.
quite a rough squall, Cap.
7 years was mid 1750s. Nice. So it wasn't off there. Humanity had embraced a wave of liquid happiness. They were all living in peace with a big lamp source in the sky looking over them. I seemed good, but an unforeseen evil was just around the corner.
Crowd it all on!
Where is Drake?
Haul in the stunsails!
Dock the ship here, Cap. We've arrived at Anticosti Island.
Go on ahead, Shay. We will meet you at the fort.
It's kind of funny, Rod, you know, like Shay is trying to be like a smartass, but then he doesn't know anything about, like, you know, even the history of the colonies. Nor does he know much about the creed as well. So, yeah.
The rum here is terrible.
So where is Levy? You have a good nap, and I'll talk to you later.
So, Louis Joseph, how goes the fur trade?
Not well enough to put beef on my family's plates.
If you want beef, raid more British brigs. They're loaded down with barrels.
Oh yes, their Irish farms yield much meat, don't they? But that is smart management. Far better than the locals could do.
Oh my god, he's raiding British ships for beef. Doesn't seem right to understand the creed either. Yeah, I know. Like, Rogue often feels to me like they intentionally made, you know, some of the decisions in, like, writing. Like, kind of making, you know, some of the Templars, for example, like a modern day unlikable work for Abstergo. But at the same time, they're also written in a way that, you know, not only makes the character look bad, but also the writers, because it just doesn't seem, you know, very... It just isn't very well written. So yeah, I guess it's kind of a mix of, you know, them trying to make the Templars partially look bad, I guess. But they're not very consistent with that either, because then they just do a switcheroo with the assassins, right? As well. So I don't know. They should have just said that Rogue is kind of a corruption created by Abstergo of what really happened. It would have been the best way to kind of explain writing, I guess. It just never happened.
Take a look at this. I borrowed these plans from a Royal Navy ship of the line. They are like nothing I have ever seen.
Good. We could use some more powerful weapons. Le Chasseur, allow me to present our associate, Shay Cormac.
Gentlemen, I have news. On this same ship, I spied the manuscript you seek. It was written in an exotic language I did not recognize and was full of drawings, plants, and animals out of an opium dream.
Were there no charts, no maps?
No. There may have been some kind of code, but neither I nor the roast beefs could ken
Where's
it.
the manuscript now?
The man who brought it said a man named Washington sent him.
I know that name. He's an important Templar, isn't he?
He is. Lawrence Washington has great ambitions that Templars have helped fulfill. Shay, let's return and find him. You, sir, have our thanks.
Yeah, Beavis, I would agree with that. I do actually like the, you know, plot, like the idea behind the plot. I think it's interesting. Like, I'm still, you know, kind of like siding with the assassins, but I think it's interesting having story of an assassin turned Templar, because I thought, you know, okay, if that happens, something must have happened, you know, that really was, I don't know, going against, you know, the assassins or what they usually do. But the way they, you know, go about explaining how that happens is just where I take my issues with the story, I guess. You know, the idea is definitely intriguing, but the execution, yeah, is definitely not as good as it could have been. And hey there, Bam. Welcome, dude. Yeah, this game is quite short. It also has been developed in like 9 months or something. I think it was like the shortest development time for an AC game, like a main AC game ever. Obviously, it really helped that they could just reuse, you know, the engine of Black Flag and the entire game, really. But, yeah, they still, you know, could have taken more time to kind of like flesh out story elements a bit better. Also, I feel like it would have been good to kind of like change the gameplay a bit more, you know. Like, yeah, you start as an assassin, but once you kind of like get to be a Templar, would have been good to have like mechanics just to make more sense for Templar kind of like playstyle.
Yeah.
Like, still kind of keep, you know, your assassin abilities, but just, I don't know, be more innovative, I guess. Because what the game really just does is kind of like, you know, do a switch on the assassin Templars. It's still kind of, you know, play like an assassin really, the entire game. Does Schäfer struggle with his conscience over switching sides, or does he just kind of say, meh, screw it, I just be a Templar? I don't want to take too much away, because we're getting closer to experiencing how he goes to switch. I'm gonna say this, the reasons behind him switching are based on miscommunication. You know, he basically says that the assassins have done one thing, or want to do one thing, even though that's not the case. And that's kind of his reasoning behind, you know, leaving the assassins.
What's our next headed?
Wherever this Lawrence Washington dumps is ours.
Yeah, it's basically
Finally getting into the spirit of things.
because of non-communication.
Temper and a politician. What's there to like?
Good. Hoist anchor. Where does Chevalier get off ordering us around like that? We're assassins, same as him.
He's more experienced and he knows these waters better, Shay. That makes him in charge of these parts.
Well, he commands me around back at the homestead too. Is he a truffle pig to know land better than me?
Show some respect, Shay.
He ought to respect me, Liam. I stick my neck out as much as any of us.
Yeah, twice as often it seems. That's just the thing. Chevalier hangs back and thinks before making a decision. His experience has earned him that right.
I wonder how much more experience I'll need before I can decide when to wake up or take action. I swear, Liam, sometimes I feel I was more grown up when we were children. We slept rough and scrounged for meat, but at least we decided where and when.
That wind's trouble, Captain Cormac.
Gameplay is essentially just a Black Flag copy, which is fine with you. Yeah, I mean, the gameplay is really good for that reason. You know, like, Black Flag was fantastic gameplay-wise. So, Rogue is still, you know, really fun in that aspect. But I kind of value in AC games for kind of like the innovation factor. You know, like Black Flag did some really good innovation from AC3 to Black Flag. In terms of like how the open world was created. So Rogue, by being kind of like similar in that aspect, you know, it didn't innovate whatsoever, I guess. But yeah, it definitely works for, you know, the gameplay is good. Ironic since Shay suggested just talking to the Templars. Yeah. Shay just doesn't think before he talks. Which explains, you know, how he could like travel for 80 days or something from Lisbon back to the colonies and hasn't spent one single thought about what actually happened. Yeah, that's Shay in a nutshell. Kind of depends who you ask, Ben. If you go ask kind of like AC fans, I feel like lots of people like Unity, at least like the gameplay and you know how you play as an assassin. But I think the general opinion of the gaming community outside of the AC fan base is still rather critical because of a launch and because people usually don't go back and retry the game. For lots of people, the main impression is still of the bugs that were at the launch. Personally, I love Unity.
Blue sword! Let's move!
Over there, Captain. The fishing settlement of Greystone. The French took over after it was ransacked by bandits. Some assassin allies have their home in Two Bends. Ahead, sir.
You like Unity a lot, especially since you played after bugs were gone. Yeah, I kind of waited like a month after release before I bought it, and I didn't really had many issues. Still working for Unity, you still hated Grace. I mean, that's fair. Well, definitely have our preferences when it comes to, you know, these games. Unity is kind of a game that grows on me the more I play it. I mean, I definitely liked it when I first played it as well, but I feel like the gameplay gets better the more time you spend with it, I guess. Because it just can be a bit finicky. With like the animations and the input delay because of animations and stuff. But you kind of get the hang of it. I feel it gets really, really fun. And hey there, Destro. Welcome, dude. May the 4th be with you, everyone. May the 4th be with you as well, Destro. Happy Star Wars Day. I waited a couple years, okay. Yeah. Definitely a polarizing game as well, Unity. It's kind of a shame, like Unity is the last game that was created by the OG team behind AC1, AC2 and Brotherhood. But when Unity got, you know, such a bad rap, they basically had to completely change the direction of the series. And also the team got completely disbanded. And, you know, people went to go to another Ubisoft Montreal team that worked on Origins. But yeah, I think in hindsight it's was a big mistake because Unity wasn't as bad, you know, it just was really a bad rap that the game got. But reputation can make such a difference in terms of, like, you know, decision making of a company. And arguably, you know, Syndicate nowadays has more bugs than Unity, but didn't nearly get as bad of a reputation at launch. Very sad, Grace. I catch you another time. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, no worries, Bam. You guys take care, and catch you next time.
The Templars desire to understand the nature of these artifacts. Their spies have called upon many doctors and other learned people in New York.
They have also approached many tribes with questions.
Yeah, they've been showing that manuscript far and wide. No one can read the strange writing or understand the images. We do have a name, though.
We learned that Lawrence Washington sent out the manuscript.
Lawrence Washington. Businessman, Virginian politician, and high-ranking Templar.
Oh, yes. I recently heard he was back from the West Indies. One of my men saw his major domo pick up a strange package.
Then that package will be delivered to him promptly. Shay, figure out what it is and find Washington. And when you do, learn all you can.
I'll prepare the Morrigan.
Yeah, that's true, you didn't miss much. There's definitely some interesting things or connections to Black Flag, AC3 and Unity. But the writing is mediocre at best. It's basically Black Flag 2.5 in terms of gameplay.
Captain, get the mainsails into the wind!
Well, if we've any luck, that ship will lead us right to him.
I make my own luck, Liam. And Washington is running out of his. There.
I make my own luck.
Aye. There she is! Alright, man. Time to be quiet.
Lawrence Washington is a powerful businessman, a slave owner, and a leading Templar. We lost track of him about a year ago. I recently learned he was in Barbados, but I haven't been able to confirm that.
Now you think he had something to do with the theft of the artifacts, don't you?
I wouldn't put it past him. Haiti's a short voyage from Barbados, and his return to the colonies certainly coincides with the arrival of the artifacts. We cannot let the Templars get control of these colonies. Whatever happens, Lawrence Washington must not survive.
I'll make sure he doesn't.
Yeah, it's basically about an assassin turning Templar, Destro. So we're still in the beginning, which means we're still working with the assassins, but eventually it's gonna change.
A blockade, Captain! This won't do. Shay, you must follow that ship on land.
I'll do that. Bring the Morrigan around another way.
Aye, Captain. Track that package and find Washington.
Studs out! Let's get moving!
I will blue tech, however, I'm gonna wait until it actually happens, if that's alright, because I would have to go kind of like in depth with the situation.
Washington must die.
That's still to happen, which I don't want to take away. But once that happens, I'm definitely gonna talk about how story plot kind of works there, and what my issue is with it. Yeah, the Assassins and Templars have written a bit differently than they have been in the other AC games, that's true. The writers did a bit of a switch, you know, like later on the Assassins try to control the populace with like poison and stuff, which is very unlike, you know, the Assassins. And the Templars are basically trying to bring freedom to the people and the trade and stuff, which it's also very unlike the Templars because, you know, their goal is control.
Aye.
But yeah, it's all kind of to achieve, you know, making the Assassins look worse. Yeah, it's basically a switch. The water looks beautiful though.
Citizen!
Citizen. Hey, the Grammy. Good day to you. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this dude to come over here. What the heck? Ah, he's freaking see me there.
Get back here! You come back here, you!
Was that question directed at me, Destro? Oh, dude, I hate this. Go on the backside. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, he can kind of see us over very small spot there. So it kind of makes sense, I guess. It's just, yeah, very small chance for us to be detected there. In theory. Okay, let's give this dude finally. Once he comes over here. Come over here. Oh, damn it. So once that is like fully yellow, you can't show yourself, otherwise it's gonna be an insta detect. We're investigating currently. So once they see you, it's gonna be insta detect. Ah, I gotcha, Destro. Yeah, it went a bit longer actually, because Kobe and Morrow and Hero decided to join for some Rocket League. So it went a bit longer than I wanted initially. But it was lots of fun, so definitely no regrets there. Oh, shit. We went until I think 2 AM or something. So definitely longer. Say Veroni, welcome dude. How's it going?
What's this? A rifle?
You there! Stay! Where you are?
How can that be? It makes no sound. Thanks for the present, Master Washington.
This is a strange surprise. Not quite what I was expecting. Now I must find Washington and interrogate him.
Yeah, it is basically Black Flag 2.5, Destro. I make my own lock. Hey, what you seen? Oh shit. Didn't expect them to see me this quick.
This is a strange surprise. Not quite what I was expecting. Now I must find Washington and interrogate him.
Yeah, classic Shay Rod. He's still thinking he makes his own luck.
You men do your duty, so that God doesn't smite us like that.
Expecting trouble tonight?
I don't know. Security is all this time.
What's so special about this party? Maybe a ritual. He got himself involved in politics, no?
I need to get to Washington first. Then I'll worry about the artifacts.
How long do you reckon the
Brother, are you sure you shouldn't be in bed?
I am fine, George. Be a good host for my sake. Go to the wine cellar and get something special for our guests.
I will. Gentlemen?
Young George Washington, right there.
My brother is a bright spot in a troubled land. If I may make one request before I depart this life, please leave him in peace. He should have nothing to do with the troubles of the Templar cause.
We all respect that sentiment, sir.
You have my thanks, gentlemen. Master Smith, are you ready to leave on your voyage?
Aye, sir. I shall return with answers.
Master Wardrop, are you likewise engaged with the manuscript?
Yes, sir. We will soon know its meaning.
Then I bid you take your leave.
It's kind of funny, right? Like he says George Washington shouldn't be war for the Templar cause. Fast forward like 20 years, they try to kill him.
2 feet. Better be right about him, Liam. Because I'm about to murder a dying man.
You know, they literally try to kill him. The Templars. But yeah, we understand the sentiment of not, you know, involving him into the Templar cause. So we could jump down here, blend in with the crowd there.
Such color. How marvelous.
Wait for him to come round. I want to make sure we do an assassination where we are part of a crowd, I guess. Though I'm actually quite sure we are going to be detected anyways after the kill. I think it's a forced detection actually. Jeez, why did the other guard not turn around? Ah, Jesus. I couldn't really do a high-profile assassination there, because that would have detected me as well.
Washington can barely stand on his own 2 feet. Better be right about it, Liam. Because I'm about to murder a dying man.
You are too late, assassin.
It's never too late to ruin Templar plans, Master Washington.
But my plans are already in motion. Even leading you here has given my allies time to escape. Thank you for making my end a quick one.
And thank you for revealing your master plan, you scheming snake.
God damn it. I better hurry. I have to get to the Morgan. Liam.
This is definitely a forced detection. Yeah, it's kind of funny, like every time Shay kills somebody, right? Doesn't matter if Templar or Assassin. They say like, I've just been a distraction. I was just meant to give this and this guy, like basically the next target, more time. Fast forward, you kill the next target. I was just a distraction to give this dude more time.
Taking a hit, Captain!
Caution, Shay!
Mate! He's off the way! As much sail as you can! She's firing!
Captain Corbin.
Yeah, it's basically the memory corridors in Rogue in a nutshell. I was just meant to give more time. I make a good distraction.
Turn the ship, Captain. They fire fast enough to hurt us badly, Shay.
Reef the topsails and gallants!
That cliff will break us, sir!
Fire! Let out some sail! Loose all and trip
not Quebec. This time it was Ubisoft Sofia. They've been also making parts of Liberation. They did Liberation in cooperation with Moncho.
Washington is dead.
And they also made the Curse of Pharaohs DLC.
Sickly way that man looked. He would have been dead in a month anyway. The 2 other Templars got away. They're looking into the manuscript and box.
Did they have the artifacts?
I don't know. Perhaps. I can't be sure.
Then you did what was right by the Brotherhood. We'll find the objects later. Cheer up, Shay. A rare day we could sow such chaos among the Templars.
Perhaps. But to hear Washington speak, it didn't sound like they'd be too put out by the loss.
Well, that's what he'd want you to think.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like when it comes like the main games of AC, right, in the series, there's like a significant quality change and authenticity to the series between Ubisoft Montreal, who's been working on the AC games since AC1, and all the other studios, which I think is understandable, but you know, my hope is that Ubisoft just makes Montreal the only developer for AC games again, because they clearly know how to tackle, you know, settings, and they understand the lore, given that they worked on the game since the beginning. Like Ubisoft Quebec, for instance, you know, the writing stuff, they made no secret that they didn't really have a lot of, you know, knowledge about the series. They haven't even played lots of the other games. You know, they basically went on the Assassin's Creed fandom site to get the information there, which basically anybody can go to edit and add information. It's basically been proven that, you know, some of the information to find there isn't even 100% accurate either. And that just creates issues, right, with like consistency of the lore if the writing stuff has to go on a fan-made site to get information about what happened. It's a lot better when you have people working on the games that actually know about that stuff by having worked on it already, I guess. But yeah, that explains a lot of the writing and lore issues with the other studios that work on main AC games, in my opinion. Like, you know, the Odyssey director, he didn't even play Origins or had an idea that elephants were like a thing there. Or like, you know, most of the other stuff.
The memory appears to be fragmented. How much time has passed?
I just don't really seem to care either.
The virus is cutting off our access to complete memories. They're readable, but messy.
The 7 Years' War will soon break out in the colonies. Focus on assassin interference.
We'll do our best. Won't we, numbskull?
It's so grim about the homestead now that Miss Abigail and little Connor have passed.
Aye. I've seen Achilles crying.
Why shouldn't he?
It's just that he doesn't look sad. He looks furious. It's unsettling.
He's struggling with the loss.
I know, but it's been months, and we've done little but search for this blasted manuscript and box.
Le Chasseur has a lead on the box. To meet him and Chevalier in St. John's.
Chevalier too? No hope of cheering me up then. Achilles said whoever had the artifacts would access sites of great power. What did he mean?
I'm not sure I understand it myself, Shay. I had a long talk with Adewale about that. He believes the box can be activated to, well, project words or images.
Like a magic lantern?
What do you mean?
You know the magic lantern shows Father Connolly put on in the church basement? The box had a candle in it, I think. He put these little glass plates in front. Then we'd see the images projected on the wall like cathedrals in Rome. Bright and near as big as life.
Ah, yeah. I suppose it is. Except that it interprets the strange language of the manuscript, too. If the plate were of a banner in Latin, we'd see it in English.
How is that possible?
Who knows? I fear we might never truly understand how any of the pieces of Eden work.
Where in the world has the most beautiful girls?
I suppose it depends on your vision of beauty. A damsel from Corfu and one from Oslo are as different as chalk and cheese, but both could be lovely.
See, opinions like that give a man a reputation for wisdom.
Yeah, thank you.
I would have just said Havana. The girls there have lusty buttocks and bosoms and feel no shame in putting them on display. But that's no slight against our lasses from home.
I suppose.
I think Galway has the nicest ones. Fair and modest. Always willing to spot you a penny for an ale.
You don't say.
Then there's the maids I met in Lisbon. Destined for the convent they were, dark-eyed and kindly dispositioned. If only I'd spoke Portuguese. Not that we spent much of our nights talking.
Opinions like that give a man an entirely different reputation.
Yeah, no kidding, Liam.
Quite a rough squall, Cap.
Reputation of a dickhead. But yeah, it would be like going to YouTube comments to figure out story stuff. Yeah, pretty much, you know. Like, I do think that the fandom side, you know, can be good to kind of like get an oversight on like some of the events. But it can't be, you know, your main source of like knowledge as like developer, I guess. Because you're only allowed to mourn the loss of your wife and son for a few months, then you have to stop. Yeah. I think it's also a missed chance to kind of like showcase, you know, Achilles when it happened, or even like his family, you know. His wife or son are never shown in the game because... I think they're never shown because they really don't want you to feel for Achilles, to feel pity for him or what happened to his family. You know. You have Shay kind of like trash talking Connor, like the son of Achilles, his actual son. And then they just, you know, die all of a sudden, and it's not even shown, they're not shown. And, you know, Shay's again trash talking about Achilles as well. But they're actually showing Achilles when that happens, or, you know, how it affects him. They don't really bother doing. Because I don't think they want to have you as a player feel pity for his situation. Or make, you know, his situation understandable. It really is a shame because, you know, it's been such an important part of Achilles' story arc, you know, since AC3. The last thing you do for Achilles is literally hang up a painting of his family, you know. So yeah, just hugely missed chance there.
Ease off the wind! Haul it on sail! Chevalier, what happened to your vessel?
I got myself into a bit of a scrape. Sent 3 ships in all land to their watery grave. The Gerfaut nearly followed them down.
Just your fate has been better, Le Chasseur.
Indeed. My sources inform me that Samuel Smith has searched far and wide, looking for answers on how to make that strange box work. He just returned from Europe.
Where's he now?
Refitting his schooner. If you hurry, you can catch him there. Oh, remember those blueprints? Well, I had an engineer build that marvelous weapon for your ship. Master Puckle's gun fires more shots than an artillery brigade, and twice as fast.
Many thanks.
Anything for my hooded friends.
It's great how Bartolomeo's voice actor, you know, has such a range. Like, you can kind of like hear it a little bit in his like voice type, I guess, but he does such a great job at distinguishing, you know, each role that he takes on.
Captain?
I will join you on this voyage.
Then shall we, gentlemen?
You are in a jovial mood, Shay?
Why shouldn't I be? I have a new weapon, and will soon have a chance to use it. Besides, Templars are usually well guarded, and I'm sure that Smith fellow is no exception.
I also took the liberty of ordering some improvements. Morgan now has a ram cut through ice itself.
I have heard of such technology, but never witnessed its operation.
What about Smith, then? Is he close by?
Aye, He sails these very waters.
There he
May
is.
have
Most
the
fortunate
precursor box.
timing. Lady Luck never ceases to smile on you.
He's seen us. Give chase.
But hold your fire. We must not damage the box or risk losing it to the sea. Can this blockade go any faster?
At least my ship is still seaworthy, Chevalier. Fire!
Harvey's a smart man.
Will Smith is the Templar's treasurer. What he's doing in these waters is beyond me.
Maybe he came here to meet someone. Or ran into your pirates. He's refitting his ship. Something must have happened.
If one of my allies attacked him, I would have known about it.
Well, he's back from a long voyage. Never a chance to get him.
Controls most of the Templars well, doesn't he? With him out of the way...
Washington entrusted the precursor box to him. He probably still has it.
Shay's right. The box comes first.
So we can't sink him. We'll have to board his ship, or force him to beach.
One thing I love about this game was definitely the North Atlantic. Like, I really like the whole environment that they created.
Look, Captain. He's cutting through the ice.
It seems you're not the only one equipped with such a ram, Shay.
Let us hope ours fares just as well.
Also quite like the soundtrack that Elitsa Alexandrova made for the North Atlantic as well. She's also done the soundtrack for The Curse of the Pharaohs as well, which was developed by Ubisoft Sofia.
Once more, your fortune holds.
Again.
But do not waste time congratulating yourself. Smith is giving away.
So I think that thing is something that they're actually good at. Kind of like world building and soundtrack and stuff.
See Smith's ship. Let's get rid of these distractions first. We'll find him.
There's Smith. He's moving again.
No doubt he hoped to be a spectator of your demise.
I'm glad to disappoint him. And he's still within reach.
What wickedness is this? Another Templar tactic. He can cover whole stretches of ocean with their flames.
Careful, Shay. He could be running the cinders.
It's nothing more than a last desperate throw of the dice. He knows we have him. All guns out! Let's get moving! Fasten your sights! Brief it on, tops! Loose all! Let's move!
They've hit us, sir!
Damage report.
Douse the royals and tops! Tops, gallants, royals, studs!
Loose sail. Put out all she'll take. Wind's getting vicious.
Right. Time to get Samuel Smith.
Now we know where he was headed. The bastard has an encampment here.
Follow him on land. Do not even think of firing the ship's weapons near that precious box.
I'll take care of this.
That's one of the music tracks I actually quite like. I think it's called From the Shadows.
You will regret this! This cannot be! No! Do you even know what that is?
An ancient artifact. Treasure from those who came before.
Yes. It matters not. Some of the greatest scientific minds of all Europe could not make it work.
Now all I need is the manuscript, and all shall be revealed.
Alright, there we go. Precursor box recovered.
I've got the precursor box. Smith's dead.
Well done, Shay.
Where's Chevalier?
Returning to Le Gerfaut. We'll have to celebrate without him, I'm afraid.
I don't much feel like celebrating, Liam. I know we have to get these artifacts back, but at what cost? Samuel Smith. He could barely hold his sword straight. Killing him was...
necessary.
But
nothing. Smith was a dangerous man. A Templar. What's worse, he had the precursor box. You should be proud of yourself, Shay.
Perhaps.
We should head for Albany now. James Wardle, the fellow Lawrence Washington gave the manuscript to, will be there. Sigawasi reported that James Wardle rooted out many tribes from their ancestral lands. We have proof that he's behind countless massacres. He's one of the most devious and ruthless men in the colonies. He uses the letter of the law to serve his purposes. And when the law does not bend to him, he gets lawmakers to bend it for him. Mark my word, Shay. James Wardrop's a bureaucrat. He doesn't care how his actions affect others. That ship looks empty.
It's kind of funny how Shay thinks, you know, that all the Templars are like people, like helpless old men that, you know, can't fight for themselves and stuff. They don't intend, you know, any evil. Even though there's like a whole history of Templars, you know, that did exactly that. You know, they would take on weapons and kill or hurt those that don't deserve it. And, you know, want to use every piece of Eden for the gain of control and to basically enslave people. Yeah, no, you know, they're all like helpless old men that can't fight for themselves.
Island of Harbor Deep sighted, Captain.
Some sort of cargo there, sir! Sir! To the fore! Batten down! Blizzard! Loading cargo! Blizzard sledding up!
Okay, kind of like just sail off away, I guess. But I think I'm just gonna port myself to River Valley. Can't really explore many islands anyways fully because it's basically still locked behind story progression. You can't really do full exploration until you like have ride sequence 3. Basically once Shay does a switch ride. Is when the open world really like opens up to you, which it still feels a bit too late, to be honest, because you know the game only has 6 sequences. So once you can actually do the open world, you only have 3 sequences left. But a game world that's like huge, there's like 40 hours of content easily versus like, you know, 4 to 5 hours of story left at that point. And that was really noticeable during my completionist run of the game, actually, you know, like how imbalanced the
Let's get moving.
The kind of like, you know, side content is in terms of like main content in comparison. Like way too many islands with just like collect the boats versus, you know, like story missions. Would have like 10 islands with like, you know, meaningless collector boats on like one story mission basically. But yeah, I guess to kind of like compensate for, you know, short story, you give like more content, but I don't know. I definitely prefer, you know, rather focus on main story than side content. The side content isn't that good either, you know, you don't really have story stuff happening, the side stuff that much. Just like collect the boats and contracts, really. The Black Flag still had, you know, for example, the Templar hunts. Where kind of had like proper cutscenes and new characters and you know, stuff like that. Rogue's side content is a lot more just like, you know, go there, collect A and go back and collect B. But yeah, more the reason I'm happy that, you know, I'm just gonna focus on main story in this playthrough. We don't really miss much by, you know, not doing the side stuff. Sequence 2. We the People.
You're here. Congress is still in session. George Washington and his militia have fired on French troops under Jumonville. The French are calling it an act of war.
George Washington. You mean Lawrence's younger brother?
Yeah, it's the same. Speaking of Lawrence Washington, since you eliminated him, James Wardrop has moved up in ranks. All the Templar resources are at his disposal now.
What about the manuscript?
My sources in New York confirm that Wardrop has it. I also learned that he is here at the Congress under heavy guard.
Shay, find Wardrop. Get that manuscript.
This place is thick with Templar troops. Liam and I will make sure he doesn't escape.
Johnson's here. Who's he? Well, he's a traitor and was colonel of the warriors of the Six Nations for a while. He's responsible for
With respect, I cannot just let anyone inside.
Where is your commanding officer? I want a word with him.
Let me just see if I...
Yeah. Like, if I'm gonna play Rogue, then I definitely prefer to do it shorter. But yeah, that being said, you know, I don't mind replaying the game whatsoever, otherwise I wouldn't play it again. But yeah, no reason for me to, you know, drag it out unnecessarily.
That must be the Templar William Johnson. Perhaps he has the manuscript, or knows where it is.
As I have stated previously, I believe we need a national union, granted by an act of parliament, but bringing greater independence to our colonies. The French are an immediate threat, and we are ill prepared to face them. To put it bluntly, the colonies must join, or die.
A rousing speech, Master Franklin. But do you truly believe Great Britain will grant her colonies autonomy?
They have little choice, Master Johnson. You know the remoteness of this frontier better than most.
Yes, but let us leave politics for another day. I wanted to thank you for your research.
Of course, of course. In the brief time I could examine that box, I could tell it was something unique. From ancient Egypt, you said? Well, as I mentioned in my letter, I am quite ready to electrify it.
Excellent. We will have the box delivered shortly. As for the manuscript... Captain?
I apologize, sir, but Master Wardrop refused to hand it over. He said the risks were too great.
The risks? Ah. I apologize. You will have the manuscript and the box in the briefest of delays.
Indeed.
Excuse for a uniform. Run to Fort Frederick and tell Master Wardrop he had better cough up the manuscript post-haste. Else I will have him scalped.
Indeed, that's true. Characters from AC3.
I can't let that lobster captain reach Wardrop.
I'll come back here.
Now to Wardrop and the manuscript.
So yeah, this is one of these missions where they basically, you know, want you to be detected, I guess, because if you just go and chase them, then, you know, these guards will definitely spot you. And usually, you know, if you like pose somebody, you can just immediately kill them, which wasn't a possibility here. So I'm gonna count this as like a force detection and not, you know, gonna add it to the counter for that reason. However, if we get detected now, it's, you know, definitely gonna be added. Yeah, right, it's kind of funny, you know, hearing Adivale speak like a British officer or something. Jesus Christ. Thank you. One thing you're never a big fan of when companies reuse the same actor over and over again. I actually did that a lot with Witcher 3.
Well done, soldier. Do not stop on my behalf. Again, young man, we will make a soldier.
I actually didn't notice it that much with Witcher 3. I guess maybe except for like side NPCs. But yeah, I don't know, to me it kind of depends, you know, on the quality of the voice actor as well. Like, if they do a good job distinguishing each role. I don't really mind if that's, you know, a thing. But, yeah, definitely depends, I guess. What the heck? Oh god, I hate these city texts. There he is.
Down or else?
Well done, soldier. Do not stop on my behalf. Again, young man, we will make a soldier out of you. Look sharp, soldier. Good. Keep an eye out. Ah. Well done, soldier. Do not...
I'll take that, you Templar dog.
No! You have no idea what you're doing, fool!
Keeping the people free from your control.
How free will you be when the French undermine these squabbling colonies?
These colonies would be far better off without the Templars pulling the strings.
We bring order from chaos. If everything is permitted, no one is safe.
Even the devil can quote scripture to suit his own purposes.
Keep the slippery bastard in sight, boys.
It's been raining all day for you, Destro. Yeah, we definitely have quite cloudy weather over here as well. Been storming. Didn't have lots of rain yet, but it does seem to rain for quite a few people. For out in Australia, for Demise in the UK as well. Maybe today is just a rainy day. that Doggo doesn't like Shay, but I can't blame him.
What's on your mind, Captain?
My mind is to sell some tobacco. And then let's see, we can buy the heavy shot. We could increase your round shot strength. Pack a gun. Let's go for the heavy shot.
My thanks for your trust, Captain.
Captain Cornick, give me some speed! Crowd it all on! I have the manuscript.
Great. Hope is waiting for you in Sleepy Hollow.
What's in Sleepy Hollow?
Benjamin Franklin. The man Johnson hired to make that strange precursor box work.
So what's the plan?
He's Hope. Impersonate one of Johnson's men. Give the box and manuscript to Franklin.
So I'm a messenger now.
Aye. See if this Franklin can figure out how this damn box operates. And stay with him. Oh, as far as we can tell, this man doesn't know about the Templars, or the Assassins for that matter.
Oh, a simple task.
For a simple man.
The Headless Horseman? Yeah, dude. It's actually an Easter egg in Rogue regarding the Headless Horseman. When you go to Sleepy Hollow. And of course there's also the Frontiersman mission in AC3, where you meet the Headless Horseman. But yeah, it also reminds me of the movie with Johnny Depp named Sleepy Hollow. The movie was quite funny. It's kind of cool actually is that they built the bridge that is quite important in the movie as well, into the location of Sleepy Hollow in this game. Or at least the bridges, I guess, you know, recurring setting, I guess. Or location. Yeah, it got some great actors for sure. But yeah, there you have some pumpkin heads, which is an indication.
Hear ye, hear ye! All good citizens are asked to notify a governor, churchman, or educator at the first sight of a potential outbreak of disease. Should any man, woman, or child present symptoms of yellow fever or smallpox, act immediately. We must work together as a community to remain strong and healthy. Citizens are warned that an outbreak of typhoid is at hand. To treat those afflicted, the following measures are recommended.
Crime under control and not a Frenchman in...
Fiat Lux.
You're late. The sky is getting temperamental.
That's not the only thing, is it? Master Franklin, sir. My name is Shay, and this is my associate Hope. William Johnson told us to give you these.
Ah. Thank you, but I'm afraid I must delay my experiment.
Delay it? Why?
The army confiscated my lightning rods.
They are essential to conducting the electricity I need to vivify your box.
Master Johnson would not want you to have to wait.
Perhaps there is something you can do, then. Soldiers have been hauling things away all day. Perhaps they could tell you where they've taken my lightning rods so you could get them back.
At your service, sir.
Begin your investigation at the market near the docks. I will stay here and help with the preparations.
They're saying we have to find the rod.
This is intolerable. I can barely conduct my research anymore.
Everyone is having metal confiscated nowadays.
Yes. The army will melt it down and turn it into weapons. War is upon us.
So, Master Franklin, what is this?
A Leyden jar. It temporarily stores power in the form of vitreous and resinous electricity.
What will you do with the jar when you
What will I do with all my jars? For this experiment, we will need an entire energy storage system. The many units fire at once, so I call it a battery. It should make your interpretation box operate.
Fascinating.
You hear hope?
The weather's getting worse. You know where the warehouse is, soldier. Aye, sir.
Was that again Adebari's voice actor? It's like the third time in under 3 hours.
I'm sure you're seeing things, but I'll think of what.
Female assassin looks kinda fine. Why does your brain always immediately go for that? Oh, not your fault if your brain is wired that way, I guess that's true.
Stop.
Did you see that strange stuff in Benjamin Franklin's garden?
I was saying not your fault if your brain is wired that way, I guess.
Is that the last of it?
Yes, it is, sir.
Good, put it with the rest.
Loot the rods. Let's go. Okay, let's wait for this guy to go this way.
Stand still.
I wonder what Master Franklin plans to do with these rods. The storm's getting worse. Better hurry back to Franklin.
Welcome back to Mice. Yeah, the Rigatoni adventures are going quite well. Can't complain. Or actually I can, but score not too bad. How are you doing, Demise? Yeah, Demise, I'm gonna complain a lot with you. Let's get back to the Assassins and get the contract to go to Lisbon. Come back from there. I can already tell you there's gonna be a huge rent.
Quick! Help me with the rods!
Help me with the rod. What are they doing to your rod? They're rectifying you. Ah, nice Demise.
It's a map.
Which comics did you bid on?
Where is that?
Portugal! Lisbon, I'd stake my life on it!
Make yourself scarce, Shay. The militia will be here any minute. I'm sure they will have questions.
What about you?
I'm a devoted housekeeper.
Right.
Righty. Time to get back to the Assassins. It was just a big box of about 100 comics, and in the very back was a cowboy comic from 1955, so that's pretty. Oh, very nice. So kind of like a surprise box. That's kind of cool. You know, being able to like find some potential gems in there.
The nearest bureau is near Mount Vernon. Pope will be expecting me.
It's kind of funny, but I think they already give you as an assassin the option to kill innocent. Then it gives you, you know, this kind of like this you know, option where it says that he didn't do that. However, later on, when he's a Templar, right, that message doesn't pop up anymore. You can kill as many innocents as you like.
On my oh, cat. I promise you that. Fleeing is futile. You're on our territory.
Citizen!
Killing the citizen. It's definitely interesting how there's a distinction between, you know, him doing that as an assassin or him doing that as a Templar. Sequence 2. Kyrie eleison. Right, now we get to the best part of the game.
Lisbon is near as large as London or Paris. Are you sure you can find this one place?
Saw it clear as day, Hope. It's a convent, right close by the harbor. I might have visited the sisters once or twice.
Given your present knowledge of the site, this duty falls upon you. You understand what must be done?
Find the Precursor Temple and retrieve the Piece of Eden.
Finally obtained a ship for crossing the ocean. Have no worries. I will keep the Morgans safe in New York.
Thank you. Liam and I will leave straight away.
Liam is unavailable at present. Your crew and ship await. Be careful, Shay. Pieces of Eden are powerful relics.
What is that haircut? That's the I make my own look. Or I make my own haircut, rather. He did it all himself, Demise.
Feast of All Saints. What a sight. And here I am, looking for a relic from the time before Adam and Eve. Strange days indeed.
Benedictus est, Domine, Deus universi quia de tua largitate accepimus vinum, uo tibi offerimus, fructum vitis et operis manum hominum, ex quo nobis fiet votus spiritualis. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
So this was always, you know, an interesting throwback, kind of like to the early AC games, right? Like going to rich, to a city with like rich culture and like, you know, really old buildings like this cathedral. Having to unlock like a secret of the Isu. But it's a very short, you know, kind of like trip to Lisbon. If they don't really show how Shay, you know, finds this place to begin with. I mean, I can't say that Shay sees it in like the precursor box, I guess. But I guess how he finds out, you know, where to look exactly and stuff. Would have been cool to kind of like have, you know, missions in Lisbon, explore the city a bit more. Would have been a cool opportunity to, you know, explore the city a bit. How fast you chose to forget this game? Did you? Right, that's the last one. Alright, it's time.
This must be it. The Precursor site. What do we have here? The artifact.
As you can see, definitely an ISU structure built into this place. Not quite Destro, but there's something else is gonna happen. Something that's going to influence Shay for future.
God do this to them?
God had nothing to do with this.
An entire city, that's true. Yeah, this is the famous earthquake of Lisbon. It was actually really severe for the city when it happened. What caused it is, you know, that Shay interacted with a temple there. But yeah, now this happened, and Shay can basically go back to the assassins and tell them about it, right? Basically what Shay should do now is to tell them that they shouldn't interact with the temples anymore, otherwise, you know, these earthquakes will happen because they make these structures unstable by taking the source of power away. But yeah, that's the thing, that's something the assassins aren't aware of. Like, they did send out one assassin to recover one of the temples. And that triggered the earthquake. However, the assassins got killed in the process, so the assassin couldn't go back and actually tell the assassin mentor Achilles that that is what caused it. So the assassins kind of assumed that you know, it was a regular earthquake that hit Haiti when it first happened, because they literally have no idea that the temple stands in connection to that. But yeah. What the game does now is kind of what I take issues with, because it's basically gonna skip forward 80 days or whatever, how long the journey takes for Shay to get back to the colonies. And it doesn't show his process of kind of like, you know, thinking about, okay, how could this happen? And what have the assassins to do with it, basically, which is, you know, they are not aware of the temple causing that. But Shay kind of like starts to assume that the assassins willingly put him into that situation and willingly wanted the city to be destroyed, which obviously they didn't. But that's kind of the you know, conclusion that he comes to, that the assassins want to destroy cities. Which is kind of ridiculous, to be honest. But yeah. So yeah, just watch what happens now.
So what's the next city you want me to smite? What happened in Haiti happened in Portugal. A great earthquake. Thousands dead thanks to your damned manuscript!
This cannot be.
Shay, a person cannot start an earthquake!
A person meddling with these precursor machines could. You saw the Bark's hope. The temple was filled to bursting with that kind of power. You made me slaughter innocents!
How dare you!
You defend him? Achilles sent me in there like Macandal sent his man in Haiti.
What the hell's going on? Stop this! The operation was delicate. Perhaps
you are shifting the earth itself. Who are you to decide what city falls next?
Get him out of here.
So, as you can see, Shay's completely delusional.
Liam is a fool if he thinks I'll leave this be. Achilles cannot be trusted. He must never find another precursor temple. I don't care that he's mentor, or that his family is dead. There's no excuse for this level of madness.
Like, you know, Shay literally believes that Achilles wants to smite down cities and destroy them. Which is ridiculous. You know, Achilles doesn't want to do that. But Shay is like literally believing that that's the case. And that's literally called an idiot plot. Like, that's actually a term. When two parties only have a conflict because they fail to communicate what actually happened. And that's kind of, you know, what the whole reasoning behind Shay turning on the assassins is based on. And that's kind of a shame, you know, because the idea of an assassin turning Templar is really intriguing. But the way they go about executing that is just ridiculous. Jose Vermola. Vaccine number 1 done. Oh, very nice. That's good, Mola. I hope you're feeling good. Yeah, that's true. He thinks that, you know, Achilles is willingly making Shay destroy Lisbon. That's what he thinks. Brother writers purposely don't try to examine the distinction or show the assassin's side. They lazy just make the assassin ignorant, arrogant, and domineering and dangerous to humanity. It therefore makes things black or white for the rest of the game. There's no grey area. Ironic as this is said to be the first AC game to have shades of grey. Exactly, you know. Because you play Templar, like, because of the idea behind the game, people immediately assume it's like a grey written story. But it's actually not, you know. It's definitely the big irony. Also, hey there, Maxi. Welcome, mate. And how's it going, dude? I hope you're doing well.
Only one thing to do.
Welcome back, Ronnie. Yeah, that's the voice, dude. Welcome back. I hope you had some good sleep. You're doing good. Over back to work. I got you, Maxi. At least you had a really nice streaming week. Some great laughs and streams were had. How's Rogue? Yeah, the best thing is about to happen, Maxi. But yeah, it's very much like Rogue. Enough said, I guess. The writing of a game, something else. Yeah, this is the Davenport homestead, which you later on built up as Connor again. Alright, time to steal the manuscript and betray the Brotherhood, I guess.
There's no turning back now.
I had such hopes for you, Shay.
Achilles, I have to do this.
And what is it you're doing exactly? Stealing from your brothers? Betraying me?
Someone must make amends.
Make amends? You have no idea what you're doing. The future of the whole continent, maybe the whole world, is tied up in that manuscript.
Perhaps. But we don't have the right to decide that future.
The right? We have the responsibility!
We are responsible for killing innocents and destroying cities. This mad grab for power. It ends now.
I will not let you destroy everything we have built! Assassins! Stop him! Stop Shay!
What the heck? I jumped into a burning building and died. Yeah, that's the true ending of Shay, guys. He didn't escape the assassins and he just died.
Run! Run away! What's he thinking? He'll blast us to pieces.
So this part is definitely a force detection part though. Like when we're chasing you and stuff. Maybe this beginning part I could do stealthily, I don't know. of all like super aware.
Chevalier's using mortars to stop Shay.
Okay, I'm just gonna treat this as a force detection area because the amount of guards. I'm gonna try again.
Chevalier's using mortars to stop Shay.
Normal man. He's bound to fire.
You won't hinder our plans. Won't you listen to reason, Shay? Have you gone mad? Haven't I taught you anything?
Don't get your hopes up. I'll keep up with that. I have him in my sight. A good line on him. I have his clear sight. I have a clear shot.
How could you, Shay?
Yeah, that's because they're not assassins, they're actually just fucks that the criminals that the assassins work with apparently. In this game we have like an entire army of criminals for some reason. But yeah, typical assassins, right?
That's enough!
Give back the manuscript, Shay! I'm sure Achilles—
I cannot! I will not let this happen again! All those souls lost! One more hardly matters. Shay!
So yeah, that's what happens. Shay is completely delusional and basically says that Achilles wants to destroy cities. Then he turns on the assassins and steals a manuscript. Then at the end he actually gets stopped, right? Like he gets shot in the back and falls into the ice water. So, you know, what would you expect happens here? Like obviously the assassins would either fish him out of the water and retrieve a manuscript, or if he stays in the water, then, you know, he would die there, either to his wound or to the extreme coldness of the water. You know, he would die within minutes, given how cold the water is. But none of this happens. Miraculously, he survives and gets ashore, like, at New York for some reason, with the manuscript. You know, they just completely skip the part of him somehow surviving this. You know, and you ask yourself, like, how could he survive this? Or how could not the assassins, you know, retrieve him out of the water? Just, yeah, it's just not thought out, you know? It's not. Now on to the next AC game. Yeah, let's stop it here. Shay's dead. Boo-hoo. Now to Arno. Yeah. But like the assassins also not really try to say destroying those cities isn't their intention. I mean, they do. They basically say that it's ridiculous what Shay says to Achilles. You know, and he's like trying to escalate the situation, so they're like, okay, get out of here, dude. You don't know what you're saying. And when when Achilles says we have a responsibility to decide the future, he's basically saying that, you know, it can't be in the Templars' hand, because, you know, they would just use it as well. of again. I mean, imagine if you're Achilles, right? You say, okay, Shay, go to Lisbon and retrieve a Templar, a piece of Eden. Then Shay comes back and basically says that you're responsible for killing all those people in Lisbon, and you have no idea what even happened there. You know, it kind of comes out of nowhere for Achilles. Because he literally has no idea that Tempo stands in a connection to the earthquake, or that even something like that happened. You know, and then Shay believes that Achilles wants to destroy cities and decides to turn on the Brotherhood. Like, if I was Achilles, I would have taken care of Shay as well. Because he's clearly delusional. You know, like, what he says that what Achilles wants has nothing to do with what Achilles wants. None whatsoever.
What is this?
A glitch in the memories. There seems to be more data. Okay, Numbskull. I can't pull you out of the chair right now. You'll just have to see this through. This is bizarre. These memories seem to take place some 20 years after the one we just saw.
Are you certain?
Positive. This means... Shay must have survived that fall.
If he is the man I believe him to be, then he has. Keep going.
The data is fragmented. This memory is incomplete. Let me see what I can do. Listen up. We need to find out what Shay's up to. This memory's gonna look a little rough, but I'm like 90% sure sequencing this memory won't kill you. All right, Numbskull. We don't know where Shay is or what he's doing there, so keep your eyes and ears open.
I want to know the reason Shay came to this place.
You heard the man. Let's move.
Yeah, I just feel there's like too many plot holes, you know, in the story of Rogue. And if Shay would have just, you know, said to Achilles, this is what happened, and we have to stop interacting with the Temples. You know, especially after 80 days of traveling, you would assume that he has kind of like thought the situation through, like, you know, how he could approach it without creating tons of conflict. But he just decides, it's almost like, you know, there's no time being passed between him having the earthquake in Lisbon and him coming back to the homestead. It's like just cutting from one situation to the other, completely letting out, you know, the journey that he has and all the time that he has to think about the situation. And he just decides to storm into the place and, you know, make all these accusations, which doesn't really help the situation, you know. It doesn't help that Achilles has no idea that the temple caused it. And him assuming that Achilles wants to destroy cities is just ridiculous, I guess. Like, never has there been any indication that Achilles wants to destroy cities. You know, nor has it anything to do with the assassin cause either. You know, because you would also have to ask yourself, like, what's the benefit for the assassins of destroying cities? There's none. And, yeah. Like in Haiti as well, you know, like, not only killed like innocent, also killed like assassins. But Shay doesn't really understand that.
Et alors? Vous l'avez trouvé? Ouais, Benjamin Franklin est à Notre-Dame. Si on se magne, on devrait le rattraper. Arrêtez de vous branler! Allons-y!
Benjamin Franklin. That's who Shay is after.
Franklin traveled to England and France, and that guy said Notre Dame. Shay must be in Paris. Time to show me what you got.
Eliminate the threat. Protect Franklin.
Aux dernières nouvelles, laissez-moi tranquille.
Jesus Christ. Drugs.
Help! Somebody help! Il ne nous échappera pas cette fois!
Shit!
What happened?
That's all the data we have. We can't explore this memory further. For now. Shay couldn't have died, then appeared in France 20 years later. We're missing something. Shay's memories are scattered in chunks throughout the cloud. The servers are messed up from the virus, so we can't access all of Shay's life at once.
He looks like Mads Mikkelsen. I love that actor, actually.
Busy with something. Why do you go meet Otto Berg? You'll find him squatting in one of the offices.
I really loved him in Casino Royale, like the James Bond movie, and then also Adam's Apples. It's like an independent Danish movie that's really, really good, actually. I love that movie.
I'm bored out of my skull. But orders are orders, and my orders are to stand right here.
Ah, right, he's in Death Stranding too. Yeah, I haven't played the game yet, but does seem to have an amazing cast, actually. Welcome back, Drake.
Shay Cormac is an assassin. But he is unlike the ones you have used for your entertainment products in the past. I believe Shay may be the most important assassin who ever lived. Your research will help me achieve something I have wanted for a very long time. Shay's story may have something to offer you as well.
There's another server we can access to get to the next chunk of Shay's memories.
Excellent.
I'm gonna need the numbskull back if we're gonna proceed.
Your next task is clear. But please reflect on what we have discussed.
Yeah, the most important assassin. It's like a joke.
I'm by the elevator, get over here.
Love Death Stranding. Big Kojima fan. It's not a game for everyone though. Yeah, that's what I heard. You know, it's a very unique, special type of game, but I'd definitely be up to, you know, give it a try. But yeah, Kojima can definitely be quite unique.
We gotta keep working, Numbskull. Meet me at the elevator.
I got tired of waiting for
me, Numbskull.
repair crew, so I got this piece of shit working well enough to get you to the lobby and back. I'll get your Animus prepped while you're downstairs. I've added the location to the next server on your map. Get going.
Ooh, Mexi. Redeeming the game. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and add that to the list here. I'm not sure if it's actually on the list already. It's not. Cool. So yeah, let me go ahead and add that. There we go. It's added to the list. If you guys are curious, there's actually the link to a list. And they can see like all the games that are in progress that I've yet to stream, that are completed on stream and that I have replayed. So yeah, if you want to redeem a game yourself, then that's the place to look. Thank you, Mexi, for redeeming that. Nice lip sync. Yeah, lip sync is on point in this game.
servers behind a level 1 security lock.
I have granted you level 1 security clearance. I trust there will be no further delays.
Great!
To Jean-Francois Brunet from Melanie. Subject: Triumph of the Borgias. I think focusing on this dysfunctional family life is the wrong track to take. I've modified your initial pitch, and I would suggest going for something like this. Rodrigo Borgia's quest to reform the irrational excesses and corruptions of the Catholic Church from its highest office, the papacy. Experience firsthand his rise, his reforms, and his unlikely death. The program itself is top-notch though. Great work. Give my best to your team. Melanie. Yeah, Rodrigo really was, a big reformer for the church. Throwback to AC2, the ending, where he basically says that he doesn't care about the church, he just takes a position because it gives him power. He doesn't care about the Bible either.
You can get into the server room.
Also ironic that they say his family is dysfunctional, because in Black Flag you can basically see a document where they praise him for being a family man. Yeah, you gotta love the Templars. And their flawless logic.
And you're in.
Yeah, the Borgias definitely are wussies. I agree with that. The Katsos. Yeah, I think they are right.
All points ready.
Begin.
Go, go, go!
Who are you? Don't you touch her!
Oh, for God's sake, restrain him! You, give me the child. Oh, shush now. You're all right.
Elena!
Calm down, Mr. Berg. I promise you I won't hurt your daughter.
Who are you?
My name is Warren Vidic. I work for Abstergo Industries. You quit the Uti Yaga regiment and became a freelance mercenary in order to afford better care for Elena's cystic fibrosis. How's that working out for you?
Arkele!
I have an offer for you.
I don't work for people I don't know.
It's not that kind of offer. I'm going to remove an item from my pocket.
What is that?
This little pill? It's actually for her. Go on, little one. Have some medicine.
Stop!
There now. Isn't that better? This pill will cure her. It isn't on the market, but it can be yours if you agree to participate in a little training program I put together.
What does Abstergo need with someone like me?
Oh, you won't be working for Abstergo. However, if you perform, Abstergo could work for you.
I want one thing before I agree.
Name it.
That one there. He upset my daughter.
I understand. Gentlemen, release Mr. Berg. Jenkins, give him your gun.
What?
Now!
Yes, sir.
Satisfied?
It's a start.
So yeah, that's a good example of Vidic, manipulating his potential recruits. It's basically like, oh yeah, here's a pill. You can give it to your daughter, but only if you work for us. Ah yeah, that dude upset your daughter. I had nothing to do with it. How about you just, have a feeling of power and get to kill him? God, the Templars are horrible. Also, welcome back, Levy. Welcome back, Grace. Yeah, everybody gets a free shirt and tattoo, Drake. Spread for love for Abstergo. Rage quit AC2 Levy. Did you do sequence 13, the Bonfire of Vanities?
Great job, Numbskull. Data we have is pretty raw, but it's enough to move forward. Get back up here, double time. It looks like restoring servers also clears the virus from some of the other systems.
You are making excellent progress. I am eager to see what Shay will show us next.
These hand-drawn
Level 1
animations
clearance
are
will also let you into some of the other parts of the building as well. If you need to stretch your legs in between Animus sessions.
I got the boat mission. Yeah, that's the most difficult out of them. I definitely quit on that mission a couple times as well when I first played the game. Yeah, there's a very specific way on how to do it. Like if you go from the back of a ship basically and take out the guards stealthily, and you can just go ahead and air assassinate your target from the steering wheel position. But getting there stealthily is definitely tricky. To Philip Chadrin from Melanie regarding Kyros of Syrax. I thought the Fed would die out, but big budget historical epics are still a thing. I think it's time Abstergo Entertainment showed everyone how it's really done. A quick glance through some DDS files brought up the name Kyros of Syrax. He was a renowned athlete, but also studied with Pythagoras. That's a well-educated slice of beefcake right there. Melanie.
How about now? No? Now? No. Shit. Why isn't this working? But have you tried it, though?
No, the story's told in rhyme. It doesn't sound like my thing.
How can you dismiss it without even playing it?
Are there PvP death matches in it?
What? No. It's a beautiful turn-based RPG.
Pass.
So that's like a small Easter egg right here regarding Child of Light, because that's the game these two guys are talking about. Beautiful turn-based RPG. Another game developed by Ubisoft. Yeah, maybe it's understandable, Levy. Stephanie can be annoying at assassination. But it's good that the other assassinations went well, though. I'm sure next time you get it. Yeah, that's some good preparation work, Levy.
Like Haytham Kenway, Daniel Cross came from an assassin bloodline, as the Orlov family had at least 2 generations who served the Brotherhood. Daniel Cross's history of drug addiction and Animus-induced psychosis should not take away from his many accomplishments for the Templar cause. Under the influence of Warren Vidic, he was planted into the Brotherhood and earned their trust, eventually meeting their reclusive mentor. Then his subliminal programming activated, and he killed the Mentor, triggering the first great purge of the modern age. Al-Mualim, Haras, Vali Sel Tradat, Baptiste, Duncan Walpole, Haytham Kenway, Lucy Stillman, Daniel Cross. These are but a few prominent examples of something I've always felt. That there will always be assassins who are willing to abandon their cause to serve ours. Yet there is no one who embodies this idea better than Shay Cormac. And I want the assassins to confront this painful reality.
Yeah, what a painful reality. Daniel Cross basically has been kidnapped by Abstergo, and then got brainwashed and programmed in a way that he became a sleeper agent for Abstergo. To go to the assassins and kill them, his mentor. It will literally utilize, you know, his drug addictions against him and stuff. Yeah, exactly, Rod. Manipulated, coerced, brainwashed and tortured. Exactly. You don't mean to backseat game, but can you I use the Edward outfit? Never. I won't let Shay utilize that great outfit. He doesn't deserve it. Yeah, it's so funny, you know, how Otterbeck thinks he has like found the truth, but you know, he's like contradicting himself in these talks even. Avocana outfit, yeah, that's better. Or would you like me to use the Arno outfit? I think that would be the most fitting outfit for Shay.
Do you care to explain what happened in Paris?
Gavin Banks led a team of assassins to your laboratory and destroyed it.
That lab was supposed to be completely off the grid. How did they find it?
Banks is a known associate of Sean Hastings and Rebecca Crane, who have infiltrated Abstergo before. He is also not your typical assassin brawler. He follows information. They found a way to access your Helix servers. Nothing is off the grid anymore.
That facility was dedicated to studying the sage we recovered from Montreal last year.
If you had informed me of its existence, Sigma team could have protected your interests.
Did you engage Banks' team?
Sorkin and I tracked them from Paris to La Rochelle, where their ship was waiting for them. We fought, but we were outnumbered. Sorkin was stabbed 7 times by an assassin we have identified as Galina Voronina.
And you let them get away?
Let's be very clear. I was trained to hunt and kill assassins. It was you who disbanded my team and sent me on a fool's errand across the surface of the Earth. I warned you this would happen.
You know what? I can admit when I'm wrong. You have my permission to reform Sigma team.
I need DaCosta back.
Impossible. She's still in Montreal.
Unacceptable.
I've apologized for my oversight, Berg, but don't push me. The fact is, we need to find new sages. Alvaro Grammatica tells me that Melanie LeMay has a few promising leads in Montreal.
When will DaCosta be finished?
She's ahead of schedule on security upgrades and firewalls, but Helix is a target for assassins, Erudito, and the first civilization consciousness. So, there have been some setbacks.
Is the building physically secure?
There's security on site.
Send me there.
Oh? I thought you were too good to be wasted on such trivial matters.
I wanted DaCosta back on my team, and if that building is a target, I need to make sure she's looked after. I will also improve their security in my own way.
Very well, I'll start preparing the necessary documents. Like DaCosta, you'll be a consultant from Abstergo Industries, there to help bring them up to speed on some new policies.
In the meantime, send some extra agents to Paris. I suspect there may still be assassins lurking there.
Yeah, always lurking in the shadows. At Far Cry 3 Advo. Yeah, you can see it in the picture there. It's also funny that they have like other references spread across the Abstergo entertainment facilities in connection to Ubisoft games. But probably Sean would take care of Violet eventually. Oh yeah, just gotta wait until Syndicate. But yeah, what's kind of interesting about this one is that we talk about the Helix, right, which is like this software that Abstergo uses to bring the Animus memories as an entertainment product to people. And the Helix is kind of infiltrated by Erudito, which is like a hacking network group. They also helped Desmond back then in Brotherhood give him the password for the other characters. And also they gave you the truth in Liberation as to what really happened. Then the Assassins hacking the network, which will happen in Unity and Syndicate, essentially, with them recruiting people. We use the Helix. But also the First Civilization Consciousness, which stands for Juno, of course. She's also inside, the Helix, trying to influence the protagonist, which again is something we see in Syndicate in the World War I rift happen. So yeah, there's like lots of stuff happening inside the Helix network, I guess, which is gonna be a huge impact on, I guess, the modern day for Unity and Syndicate. Subconsciously influencing people by our other game. Pretty much, yeah. Ubisoft doesn't stray away from doing that. Still can't believe them hooded rats got shanked by their own shank. I don't know what you're talking about, Drake. I don't know any hooded rats. Except if you mean Shay. To Philip Chadrant from Melanie regarding Giovanni Borgia. So if I'm reading your report properly, you're saying Giovanni Borgia was born deformed, miraculously survived, but frequently hallucinated about past lives, and associated with some of the biggest occultists of the Renaissance? That's amazing. Our last supernatural movie, Where Walk Among Us, was met with really mediocre reviews. If we can use these genetic memories to start a new occult thriller franchise, we might be able to win back some of those disgruntled fans. Melanie. Voice Levy. Joy Lurk. Hankun said here, even vote security level 1. Oh, let's go back to the research station. Okay, we've been inside there. Let's see if there's another security clearance 1 location. Okay, I think that's all the modern day we can do currently. So let's go back to Shay. So yeah, Shay somehow survived the shot in the back and the ice water. And it's picked up by these guys.
If I said that was the craziest shit I'd ever seen, would that be the most obvious statement ever?
Shay has been through a severely traumatic experience.
Okay. Second most obvious statement ever.
Continue exploring his memories. The best is yet to come.
Sure.
Good to see you're feeling better.
Thank you. Mr. Finnegan, was it?
Sweet Mother Mary. Have we taken in the village idiot?
Barry! Remember, Shay, I'm Cassidy, and this is...
Barry!
You've been ill for weeks.
I hate to have been a burden.
See? He's a civilized fella.
Aye, for a clumsy deckhand. Probably fell off his ship half drunk.
Barry!
He's right.
What do y'all want?
What's going on?
You wretch, how dare you!
Shut up, woman.
Leave her alone.
Now what are you going on about?
Stay out of this, you fool!
Well, I was going to, but... Now you've made things personal.
You don't mind.
I hope so, Maxie.
And don't come back! Thank you, Shay. In my younger days, I could have taken them one-handed.
Why were these men bothering you?
Ah, the usual. They feel they're owed money because they're not harming citizens. Mark me words, those gangs are going to be the downfall of this city.
Wait here, I have something for you. It won't do you any good walking around Starkers. Here, try these on. They were our sons.
I suppose, if you're looking for trouble, you'll be needing these.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, just give me your entire Templar equipment. Thank you.
Don't you look a right gentleman?
Yes.
Did I have a book with me?
Just those peculiar weapons.
Thank you both. If you'll excuse me. The manuscript is at the bottom of the Atlantic.
Yeah, it's not.
You again! You'll regret this! The Finnegans are dead! Hear me? Dead! Putting your nose in other people's business ain't nice! You picked the wrong side!
What have you and your friends got against the Finnegans?
I got no gripe. My boss sent me over.
Ah, and where's he set up?
You can't miss it. There's always black smoke rising from the courtyard of that building.
Let him try the airport outfit. So yeah, of course these fucks were like, you know, assassin associates. They just break in innocent people's homes.
Difficult for yourselves.
Okay, that was a force detection. Just spawn got like it's detected.
Hey, don't move!
I have no idea why it happened, Maxi. Maybe Shay changed his mind in the last second. Jesus Christ, look at all these collector boats. I'm so glad I'm not gonna go for them.
That will help us smoke.
Be at ease, Master Cormac. We are friends. The Finnegans were worried you might take matters into your own hands. I am Colonel George Monroe.
Colonel?
I came to help, but I see I am late. Thank you for dealing with these foul criminals. They were a blight on New York.
What do you care? You redcoats are nothing but landlords. The townsfolk here are grinding away, trying to make a living.
I cannot blame you for having that impression. Some of my comrades have been less than helpful. But I take a different approach.
And what is that?
I care. I want to see these colonists safe and prosperous.
Noble words.
Perhaps actions will convince you otherwise, Master Cormac. Here. Reclaim what they have stolen.
Yeah, what a great guy, Drake.
Now let us use some of that money for the good of the city.
So hey there, Eric.
No reason to trust
Welcome, mate.
You said you were a friend of the Finnegans.
Good morning to you.
Their late son worked for me. You are much like him.
How so?
He cared, and he wanted to do good by the people. We shared a dream, he and I, that of making the world a better place. Mere survival is not enough. Full bellies, warm clothing. Freedom from want is the greatest freedom of all.
It almost sounds like you have goodwill towards the people you govern.
I do not govern, Master Cormac. I merely assist.
You know, that's kind of what I talked about earlier with kind of like the switch of the Assassin Templar philosophy, right? Because what Moreau just said is he wants the people to be free, and he doesn't want to govern, he wants to assist. That's not what the Templars do. You know, the Templars want to govern, they want to have the whole power for themselves. So, yeah, in this situation can either assume that, you know, Monroe's like blatantly lying to get Shay's sympathy, or the writing is just very bad. But yeah, it really has nothing to do with what the Templars stand for. It's going good, Eric. playing Rogue today. One of my favorite AC games. Not. But having a good time regardless. There's definitely things about this game that I also enjoy. But yeah, the writing is not one of them. How are you doing, Eric? How's your morning going? Yeah, Rod. Like sometimes in these situations I feel like, you know, Monroe could have actually been lying. But, you know, when they actually make the assassins the bad guys, it kind of, you know, doesn't work anymore again. So, yeah, it's just inconsistent writing as well, you know.
See this neglected edifice, Master Cormac? We can make it better. Urban renewal is a new science, but one that has already proven effective on the continent. I've arranged for resources. Use them to improve that building.
Yeah, it is canon. That's the only reason I play it, Drake, because, you know, it does have importance for the overall series. I don't really like the events that happen, but, you know, they did happen, so it is part of the canon story, and this is why I'm going to play it, really. Eric been dealing with health issues the last few days, but you're holding up, I think. I'm sorry to hear that, Eric. I really hope that gonna feel better soon. Will you be streaming this week at all, or will you be just taking it slow? And hey, the user, you love AC Rogue. That's fair, dude. What do you like the most about this game?
What fine work! The neighborhood will be much better now.
I suspect New York will prosper under your watch, Master Cormac. You can do great things for this city and its citizens. After all, a man needs purpose. Farewell for now, Master Cormac.
Farewell.
The Colonel strikes me as an honorable man. Someone who wants to do what's right. And he may have a point. I can't change the past, but maybe there's a future for me here. And maybe, just maybe, I can do what's right this time. I should head back to the Finnegans. Let them know I'm fine.
Yeah, no worries, Destro. Enjoy your food, dude. And yeah, I don't think it was the worst idea for you to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, good. You have some good food, hopefully. And I'll talk to you soon. I'm actually getting kinda hungry as well.
Colonel Monroe told us what happened.
You, sir, are a fool. But thanks.
Master Cormac, I am sorry to bother you when you were barely out of your sick bed.
No, I've had enough of being cooped up.
Then perhaps you could get a friend of mine out of trouble. He discovered a nest of criminals developing strange weapons. Look at these. Bullets as loud and bright as firecrackers. If we might have a moment alone.
But I need money,
His name is
sir.
Christopher
I'm
Gist.
poor, I'm sick and
And he
hungry.
might be in over his head. I fear these brutes will hang him like a dog.
I will not let those outlaws have another victim.
Good. The villains are entrenched at Old Fort Arsenal. I have urgent business in Albany. Please tell Master Gist to join me there.
Did you hear, dearie? They are hanging a man in the old fort.
Oh, 'twould be a shame to miss that.
Yeah, sounds good, Destro. Yeah, I think they chose Monroe on purpose to kind of like influence Shay. You know, because of his, I guess, not super typical Templar demeanor, I guess.
These ruffians are part of the same gang who made trouble for the Finnegans.
Okay, so this is one of those scenarios where once you go and save him with, you know, cutting this down, gonna trigger all of these guys to be insta-alerted. So up until the point of saving him from the rope, it's gonna be stealth, but once this happens, it's gonna be combat. You need to get the thief. You are filth from AC1. Dude, I love that one. It's a classic.
Clear shot.
Yeah, now we gotta defend him.
Christopher Guest, I'm Shay Cormac.
Charmed! But what are you doing here, if you don't mind me asking?
The Colonel sent me.
Aha!
Have a grenade.
Good show, Shay. Ran them right out of their own den.
Well, I was looking for a new place to live.
Well, don't put your name on the door yet. There may be a few men left on their ship. Look, the bird
Where
is
is
nested
Charles
right
Lee?
over there.
The Morrigan. What is she doing there? That's my ship, friend. Begging your pardon, but I must go fetch her back from those louts.
Oh, wait! I can hardly let you do that alone.
Help me if you can, then.
Yeah, dude, the amount of times you hear that in AC1.
Criminals are everywhere, and most of them look just like law-abiding citizens.
And they've been harassing the people who've nursed me back to health.
Sounds like good folks.
They are. Perhaps you know them. Barry and Cassidy Finnegan.
I've never met them, but I knew their son.
You know, you can kind of tell by the way that Shay is being picked up by a Templar family. You know, and they care for him. But it's again also to manipulate him in a way to kind of like feel sympathetic for the Templars, because Shay feels like he owes his life to them. And it's kind of interesting when you see like this loading sequence in the Animus where he's like picked up by the Templars. You know, he's being thoroughly searched. And they can kind of like spot that they also took the manuscript, you know, making Shay believe that he actually lost it, but not telling him that they have it. So definitely believe, you know, that Shay is getting actively manipulated here.
Careful
and
now. These ruffians.
It's not just the Templars being good guys.
By making noise.
Oh, I've got something better than that.
Well, you seem to be more than capable of taking care of this matter. Tell you what, I shall find a new crew for your vessel, in case you have to leave post-haste.
Yeah, he definitely feels like, you know, he owes them. Alright, so this mission we can do fully stealthy. Which is what we are going to be trying to do. Goodbye. use OBS to clip the game audio when my mic is active, or do you use a third-party app? Yeah, it's called ducking, and you can do that with the audio filters that OBS has by default. I can show you a video later, or send you one where I kind of like used it to create the effect, I guess. What the heck? Okay, so technically I didn't got into combat. Didn't got the foe detection notification either. The online mechanic, that's true. Ah, you mean the multiplayer kind of like find your target mechanic? Yeah. Yeah, I can send it to you, Maxi. The only thing is that definitely can be dependent on like your general audio output, I guess. So it can like vary from mic to mic, but I can set you my settings. Then you can just test if it you know, works immediately or not. You may have to do some adjustments, but I think it should be alright. Okay, where's this assassin? Like, kind of like standing on a position. There we go. Where's Maxi? Okay, I think that's all the stalkers. Okay, are you going to move? Jesus. Is it just you or did Shay follow the assassin tenets despite being a Templar? Yeah, he sure did, Blake. I mean, That's the thing with Shay, right? Like, even if he's a Templar, he's like a perfect assassin. Obviously. Yeah, dude, I was like thinking for a sec we might jump down there. Fortunately, that didn't happen.
She's a fine ship. And true to my word, I found a crew for her. I did leave one position unfilled, though. Tell me, Shay, do you have a first mate?
He's long gone.
Then I apply for the post, Captain.
Welcome aboard.
As your first mate, may I suggest our next destination? The Colonel will be expecting me to report back.
My thoughts exactly. Colonel Monroe said he'd be in Albany.
It's kind of funny, right? Like, when Shay was like actively choosing to be an assassin, he had issue with being like commanded around or like, you know, taking ideas from others.
Where's Charles Lee?
Now it's like, you know, on like the Templar side, and it's like, yeah, sure, let's just, you know, do this. They surely have, you know, better cause. Also, hey, Belfina.
Splendid!
It's kind of funny how little Shay's criticizing once he's with the Templars, you know. But when he was with the Assassins, he was like complaining left and right. Again, you know, for plot convenience.
Captain has the helm!
Because why would you talk good about the Assassins?
The Colonel waits in Albany. I wonder what he has in mind for us to do next.
Us? I thought you just wanted to check in with Monroe. Not sign me up for the army.
Not at all, Shay. But I admire the Colonel's ideals and want to make them happen.
What kind of ideals?
Secure borders, prosperous farms, fair trade. We need those in these wretched colonies.
Sounds like a high-minded utopia.
It rather does. Want to help make it happen?
Colonel Monroe is an intriguing man, and he certainly seems honorable. We'll head for Albany. After that, I'll see.
Splendid. Full sail ahead, lads!
Yeah, dude. One good thing about Rogue. Sea shanties coming back.
How do you store your cargo? Some I stow forward and some I stow after.
Run, course our soul, but mates, ease off the wind, all in all sail.
Circumstances.
In good health, I see.
Thanks to the captain here.
'Tis a fine vessel, Captain Cormac.
Thank you, Colonel Monroe.
Master Gist, did you learn more about our conspirators and their new weapons?
Well, only that their base of operations is a French fort further downriver.
It's a little close for comfort, isn't it?
If the French have installed a fort in our territory, they are likely preparing an assault. New York could burn. Will you join us, Master Cormac?
Aye. Enough innocents have died already.
Might I suggest we improve our vessel? The Morrigan is good, but with a few more supplies, she could be unstoppable. And there's a French outpost nearby I happen to know.
I like the sound of that.
I don't know, Maxi, are they?
What sort of business are the French up to there? Just occupying the territory?
It is an economic incursion more than a geographical one. Some of the ruffians are sponsored by enemies of the colonies. They intend to undermine local authorities.
I've heard they steal from civilians and resell essential goods for 10 times the price.
It's always the little fella who gets skinned. Colonel, you and Gist here seem inspired.
Could be valuable
Is
cargo.
there something in the water? Or in the whiskey?
Now why do you say that, Master Cormac?
I think Shay here is skeptical about our intentions towards our fellow man.
I understand, but there is no need. I simply want these colonies to be a place of safety, development, and purpose.
Funny. I thought rich men wanted them to be a place of profit.
I am not a rich man, Master Cormac. Money is a means to an end, not an end in and of itself.
Says you. I think it's a fine end to a game of cards.
Brief the Thompsons and Garland.
I think it more or less has the same textures and stuff. But I think some of her graphical options are a bit more limited. Like, for example, you only have the option for FXAA or off regarding anti-aliasing quality. I'm not too sure about Black Flag's options right now, but I think it has more than that. Also, let me actually increase the shadow quality. But yeah, I have it pretty much maxed out otherwise. Yeah, I think Black Flag looks better, but it may also be due to the environments, you know, being like very lush and stuff like that. But I think it's mostly the same textures. I don't know. You know, given that they basically just copy pasted the engine as well.
Reef! Short on sail!
Let the anchor go!
Fresh cream. Measuring distances. Lay.
Oops.
On double les patrouilles jusqu'à nouvel ordre. Félicien, j'ai une mission spéciale pour vous. Suivez-moi. On double les patrouilles jusqu'à nouvel ordre. Je le vois, je peux tirer. Charles, remplace Terrien jusqu'à ce qu'il se remette de sa blessure. Je peux l'abattre du...
Thank you for holding that for me.
Welcome back, Destro. Yeah, Black Flag is going really good actually. Still waiting to meet Adivali again, but I'm sure gonna see him at some point. What the heck? Who just like bugged? Okay, great game. If I can't kill him, we're gonna like fight him for eternity or what? What the heck? Are you kidding me? He's of course bringing them over to me.
Il croit pouvoir nous échapper. Reviens ici.
Yeah, he's doing the moonwalk. No kidding, dude. And that's ridiculous. I like my dude that's Berserk do anything. It doesn't do shit either. Except my Berserk completely bugged out now. The Berserk dude is still trying to attack the other Berserk dude. Okay, let me just see if I can grab the key. Apparently they don't care.
Donc je me suis
Okay, that was apparently these guys attacking me. I was assassinating them. So that doesn't count. I love these bugs in the game.
Good show, Shay. Now let's use those materials to give the Morrigan more firepower. We will need more powerful guns before we approach that fort. Go to your cabin to arrange the work.
Yeah, Unity is gonna be funny as well with some of the bugs. You have to bounce, you have to work later. No worries, Drake. Thank you very much for coming by and joining. I hope you have a great day. Thanks for, you know, being here and chatting and having some fun. And yeah, I talk to you soon. Shit, we have quite a storm outside now. Yeah, now it's raining Destro. Over here. Yeah, Unity is 100% bug free. I've never encountered any bugs in Unity. Okay, let's get the mortar, because they're quite important. Then we're gonna increase roadside cannons, I think. And the round shot strength. Could increase the robot armor, but might not even be doing much of the hunting. Let's increase the heavy shot storage instead. In AC1 you always die when you do a first leap of faith. It's such an annoying bug. He does it but then dies in the haystack. So does it happen once you hit the haystack, Mexi? Because that's a regular issue with AC1 if you have V-Sync on. Actually, if you don't have V-Sync on, I think it happens. Once you turn V-Sync on, that bug doesn't happen anymore, I think. Or is less likely to happen. You generally always die when doing the Leap of Faith in AC1. Every time you do the leap, you're thinking to yourself, please don't die. Yeah, that's a regular issue with VSync. So if you turn VSync on in AC1, then that doesn't happen anymore. But unlocking the frame rate to like higher than 60 leads to like issues within the game. That's a very, very common one. Okay, let's have a look. We actually have the katana available. The katana is a 200 long sword used by the samurai warriors of Japan. It is made available through an animus modification. Let's go for that. Okay, we only have this one available, I think. Actually, we have Edward's pistols, but in respect for Edward, we're not gonna be using these. Outfit-wise, we have the assassin outfit, the interim outfit. Then we have the assassin killer outfit, Atreus robes, and Arno's outfit. I'm not gonna be using these two because of respect for the two characters. But the assassin killer outfit is actually quite fitting for Shay. Also doesn't look too bad from the back, to be honest. Also very fitting for the time Shay's masking himself, so... How about we go for that? Will you leap to heaven, Maxi? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I definitely can't bring myself to
tremble before the Morrigan.
Use Arno's outfit.
Captain at the wheel! Your ship is in fine form, Master Cormac.
Don't even know why they included that, because that's like blasphemy.
I rather hope the frogs offer some, else this will be a dull day.
Never wish for battle, Master Gist. There is plenty around here for any of our lifetimes.
Besides, if we find the fort's commander, the French will surrender, no?
Indeed, that is a sensible strategy. But we will have to wear down the fort's defenses first. Otherwise, they will just dig in, wounded bear.
Shanty!
As we were fishing off Haysborough Line, shooting and rolling and trolling on...
There's our target, Shay! Knock her down like a game of 9-pins!
Begin by hitting her tower.
Opportunity is fantastic. Absolutely love that game.
Fire!
Fire! Ready, Captain!
Fire! As much sail as you can!
Cannon ready! Loose sail! Let's catch the wind!
Fire!
You're not a fan of Arno. I mean, that's fair. I think like Arno's definitely a character where I can kind of understand if he's not fully to the players liking, I guess. Personally, I kind of enjoy Arno as a character, but he's not like one of my favorites in the series or something.
Superb! Now find the fort commander!
But I definitely do like Arno. Yeah, no worries, Destro. Thank you so much for coming by, dude. and joining. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I really hope that you have a good day or stream, whatever you're doing next today. And yeah. Talk to you again soon, dude. Okay, hold on, actually. I think we can do this stealthily. So I'm gonna count it as a detection. I think we didn't have to be detected here. If it turns out to be a force detection anyways, we're just gonna reverse that one. Yeah, I think we can like sneak around here, actually. Yeah, I always feel like, you know, the Syndicate combat is a good motivator to go stealthy, Maxi. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of, you know, kind of like how fast-paced it is and how arcadey it feels like. Okay, these guys will take me.
Le chasseur.
Shay, it has been so long. Were you on a special mission?
Yes, from Achilles.
How interesting. So am I.
Don't make me do this, Le Chasseur!
What the heck?
Assassinate me?
Not a counter?
That was your specialty.
We could both just leave.
Ah, but then I would tell your brothers that you are alive. You have to kill me, Shay.
Keep dreaming, you foolish Is that your bet?
You are always good at your business, Shay.
As were you. Tell me, what are you doing inland?
Special weapons. Poisonous gases to use against colonial authorities. I am merely a delivery man.
Then may your final delivery be swift.
May your final delivery be swift. Okay. Yeah, let me just deliver this letter to God. It felt like you were playing Street Fighter 5, Maxi. Yeah. I don't know. Ubek's combat systems are kind of interesting in general. Like in Odyssey, you know, they had like basically physics not really making any sense whatsoever. then like all these flashy, you know, supernatural abilities as well. And I feel like in Syndicate it also feels like, you know, there's like no real weight to characters in combat. If they're just flipping around like the, I don't know, puppets or something. And yeah, the speed at which the combat moves as well is, you know, again, kind of feels weightless, I guess. It's really the opposite to Unity in lots of ways, because Unity was super heavy with the combat, you know, like every single hit felt like there's like certain strength and weight behind it. And having to counter also took, you know, some notable strength from Arno.
I had no other choice. If the assassins find out I'm alive, they'll come after me.
Yeah, I definitely prefer Unity's combat because it just feels more realistic, I guess. At least if you're not fighting 20 people at a time.
What service can I provide?
Okay, you can give me some water spec, I guess.
Rum bit of business, that.
That's that.
While you were busy taking down that fort, I happened to stumble upon the treasury.
You don't say.
It was the damnedest thing. Well, in any case, amongst other things, I found maps and charts detailing various French trade routes.
What are you thinking, Gist?
I thought perhaps we could use them to help the Royal Navy and fill our pockets. I stored these maps in your cabin, Captain, should you wish to use them.
So I guess just went into the captain cabin without our approval. And Chase like, yeah, I don't care. You know, do what you want. It's kind of funny, you know, how inconsistently Chase written in that way, because if the assassins would have done that, he would be like, you can't do that. No. It's like my privacy. Actually, I would definitely have been complaining about the assassins doing that. Okay, let's go ahead and secure this route. And send out the ship. We can wait 10 seconds. And there we go. Success. Received Evelyn figurehead. Alright, next we have Florida. That's one thing I like about Rogue, actually, about the Naval Fleet, that they gave you the option to skip fights if you want. It's something Black Flag actually didn't have. Alright, and the next one is 8 minutes. Oh. Yeah, definitely a nice quality of life change.
The Colonel thanks and congratulates you, Shay. He has returned to New York. But you look troubled.
Do you ever wonder if you're doing the right thing, Gist? If you chose the right path?
I used to, my young friend, but not anymore. Not since I met the Colonel. And what's the question? The French are entrenched in our territory. It's about time we root them out.
Of course. You're right, Gist. Let's head back to New York.
Aye, Captain.
Rogue is good at skipping good things. Yeah, it really is.
Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys. Row, boys, row, boys, row. Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown.
At least you still have the shanties.
Could be valuable cargo. She's lovely on the foreyard, she's lovely down below, boys. Row, boys, row, boys, row. She's lovely 'cause she loves me, that's all I want to know, boys. Oh, Captain Baker, how do you store your cargo? Row, boys, row, boys, row. Some I stow forward and some I stow after. Way high beside the ground. 40 fathoms or more below, boys. Row, boys, row, boys, row. There's 40 fathoms or more below, boys. Way high beside the ground. Oh, way high. And up
I've not the look that you were talking about earlier, Maxi.
way high.
Maybe it still comes.
Oh, one more pull, don't you hear the mate a bawling? One more pull, that's the
I missed it. Okay. Never mind.
Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys. Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
She's lovely over 40 yards, she's lovely down below, boys. That's what you hear. Yeah, that must be what they sing, Maxi.
Ships may come and ships may go as long as the seas do roll. But a sailor lad just like his dad, he loves the flowing pole. The woman ashore he does adore, a girl who's plump and round. When your money's all gone, it's the same old song. Get up, Jack John, sit down. Hey! Come along, you jolly brave boys. There's plenty more grog in the jar. Just now the radio.
Cliff ahead, sir!
It's kind of cool that they added, I think, some of the shanties that Black Flag didn't have. I'm not sure if this was in Black Flag, to be honest, the shanty. Don't remember hearing it in my last playthrough, but I may have just missed it. You would love to hear Leaf Johnny Leaf, huh? Wonder if I have that one already. Let me have a look. Okay, I haven't gotten it yet. Got Bo Trileo. Don't forget your old shipmates. Jolly Roving Tar. New York Girls. Paddy Layback. Row Boys Row. Rolling Down to Old Maui. And Windy Old Weather. I haven't collected many shanties just yet. But I'm sure we can get our hands on it eventually. But yeah guys, that will have to happen next time though, because for now we're going to call it a stream. So yeah, I want to thank you all so much for coming by and joining. Rod, thank you again for the raid earlier. I really appreciate that, dude. And yeah, thank you everybody else for coming by and joining as well. Check the lyrics for Row Boys Row. Okay, let me actually do that. So we can figure out what they're actually saying. She's lovely up aloft and she's lovely down below. Okay. Well it is. She's lovely on the foreyard, boys. She's lovely down below. Okay. I guess you kind of had to try it, Maxi. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Grace whatsoever. Thank you for being here too and lurking. I really appreciate it. And that's a worries, Rod Iver. Thank you, dude. But yeah, let's go ahead and quit her main menu. And then we're gonna find ourselves a raid target. Let's have a look who's online. So we have Destro playing some Star Wars. Tylin is playing some Final Fantasy. Lucinda's playing some Stardew Valley. Quite a few people online actually. No worries, Eric. Thank you, dude, for dropping by as well. I definitely hope you feel better soon as well with your health and all, Eric. Wish you all the best, dude. But yeah, before we go ahead and raid, let me actually give a couple shoutouts here to Rod. Rod has been playing some AC games on weekend, currently on AC3 and Valhalla. But he's also playing Videos X games, Tomb Raider, Red Dead 2, Watch Dogs, and other games during the week. And yeah, he's a really cool and entertaining streamer, so definitely check him out. And I also want to give a shout out to Mexi. Very Scrammy, thank you for being here. As always, it's very highly appreciated. Mexi has been last playing some It Takes Two. It's like a co-op 2-player campaign game that he's been playing with Playing Catch Up, which is another great streamer. We're also gonna be doing a special stream in July, Playing Catch Up, Mexi and me, where we're gonna celebrate having met each other for a year now. So definitely stay tuned for that event. And check out both Mexi and Playing Catch Up. That's a voice, Rod. Always happy to give you a shout out, dude. You're more than welcome. And also want to give a shout out to Eric too. Eric is also a very cool streamer, playing loads of Fallout and Skyrim, with permafun and dev challenges. But he's also part of the Animus Project, which is a channel completely dedicated towards AC content, where we're both members. And yeah, over there we're both playing some AC Valhalla currently, so definitely check out that as well. No worries, Eric. Welcome for the shout out. But yeah guys, for now we're gonna go say hi to Destro. He's playing some Star Wars The Old Republic. So let's have a look how he's doing. And I shall catch you guys over there. So until next time guys, take care.